What's up, folks? I'm just getting set up here. Yeah, that's right, Moldy. I'm going to do it all by myself. I don't know what that link is, Deflux. But, yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. What's going on, everyone? How are you all doing? I'm just doing a bunch of stupid setup here. Hey, Pure. Way too late for streaming shenanigans. I don't know about that. Do not know about that. I think it's exactly right. How you doing, Pierre? Oh yeah, you've got an interview tomorrow, right? Yeah, good luck with that. Get some rest. What's up, Cracker Barrel on on TikTok? I mean, how you doing? Okay, I think I'm all set up. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. Here, I might as well play some music while I finish up here. Let me see. Should we play a country song? Let's play a country song. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, let me turn this up. And then that'll give me a minute to just finalize a few things, and then I'll get into what I'm working on.
In his cubicle he sits, fingers dance on keys, but he ain't thinking about quality, no, he's here to please. Short-term gains, that's the game he plays, leaving broken code and shattered dreams in his wake. Well, he ain't no cowboy, just a corporate hack, making quick bucks while stabbing folks in the back. Customers suffer, ain't worth a damn, but he'll take that paycheck and scram like a lamb. He's a piece of shit, don't give a damn, leaving broken-hearted folks wherever he can. A quick cash grab, that's his dirty deed, never thinking about the ones in need. He won't stick around when the system breaks, got his eyes on the prize no matter who he stakes. Piles of problems, he won't solve them right, just patch it up and disappear into the night. Well, he ain't no cowboy, just a corporate hack, making quick bucks while stabbing folks in the back. Customers suffer, ain't worth a damn, but he'll take that paycheck and scram like a lamb. He's a piece of shit, don't give a damn, leaving broken-hearted folks wherever he can. A quick cash grab, that's his dirty deed, never thinking about the ones in need. He's a piece of shit, don't give a damn, leaving broken-hearted folks wherever he can. A quick cash grab, that's his dirty deed, never thinking about the ones in need. He won't stick around when the system breaks, got his eyes on the prize no matter who he stakes. Piles of problems, he won't solve them right, just patch it up and disappear into the night. He's a piece of shit, don't give a damn.
Okay, I think I'm all set up. Okay. What are we working on? Yeah. Let me turn this back down. We'll just put on some background music. So, we're getting awfully close to doing multiplayer. I've been working on this off and on throughout the day, and I've got a few things set up. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to kind of question the status quo, because that's kind of what we do around here. Typically you would take a like a multiplayer system and you'd do something like a WebSocket. So it's like a bi-directional communication that's, you know, instant. We're not going to do that. We have a turn-based game, and we don't actually need to do a WebSocket, bi-directional communication, all that jazz. Now, here's the reason why. What typically tends to happen in software and web especially is people will look at problems like multiplayer like this and how you get data coming in back and forth, and they just reach for the thing that they consider to be easiest or the thing that is most common. WebSockets are very common. They don't ask why. They just npm install WebSocket library, do whatever the heck they need to do, and don't really give it much thought about like why. Why are you using a WebSocket? If you need a very noisy back and forth system between a server and a game, then sure, bidirectional communication makes sense, or a constant, always on connection. What we're doing here is not that. If you look at the nature of the battle, okay, so if you can imagine many players controlling these ships, everything is turn-based. And because everything is turn-based, that means that we don't actually have to wait for, or that means that we can wait, is what I'm trying to say. It means we can wait for something to happen before we move forward. Like we don't need constant, instant communication, right? So we'll set up a battle. Why? Oh. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, let me do this. Turn off my multiplayer so we can actually, like, there we go. It's here. Okay. So the battle is one ship moves at a time, and the mechanics are spread out so that it's kind of a mix and match of which ship gets to move when. And it's not just one ship per player. It's the potential is there. It's actually already on screen. Each player can have more than one ship. You can have a fleet of ships, but they all take turns. And because it's turn-based, it means that we can kind of ask ourselves why on earth we would need to have constant bidirectional communication when all we're doing is waiting for one thing to happen after another. As a result of that, the answer is pretty obvious to me that you don't actually need WebSockets. This is a thought pattern that a lot of people in web and software just don't do these days. They don't think about things this way. They just go with, you know, whatever the standard is and don't ask questions as to the how or the why. And well, the entire premise of the stream, since I started streaming about a year and some odd months ago, is that we ask, like, what do you actually need, and how do you actually need to pull in a bunch of libraries and whatnot to get something done. So I'm at the point now where I'm going to do a little bit of light multiplayer. It's going to be really stupid and boring. It won't be anything crazy, but it's going to be the starting point. And we're not going to use what people would typically reach out for on purpose, because I don't think we need it. We're going to find out whether I'm right or not in real time. Okay, so what I've done is I've added a few multiplayer flags on the client, which is the browser that renders the game. And I've added basically no multiplayer flag on the WebAssembly on the C side, because I don't think we need it. The WebAssembly side can just stay as is, as if it's a local multiplayer or even a local single player. How it works on the WebAssembly side is we've already set up 10 possible players. And so that way, depending on the mode that we want to do multiplayer, we can slot in a new player at any moment and set them to active, and then make them a captain of a fleet or a ship or whatever. And they can participate in the game, whether it's local or whatever it is. So we're going to keep that. The check that we do is during the battle scene. If I can get there. Yeah, during the battle scene, we check to see if you have been set as one of the 10 available players. And if you have been set as one of the 10 available players, then we're going to see if it's your turn. And if it's your turn, we'll match you up, right? So as we go through the turn order of the battle, we'll check whose turn it is. And if it happens to be your turn, then we're going to give you a set of choices beyond just the typical ones. Like typically, most choices boil down to just like confirm or exit, right? But when it's your turn, like right now, then we'll be able to set special conditions, choices that you make. So it doesn't matter whether you're player number 1, player number 2, player number 10. When you join the multiplayer game, um, uh, you're going to get matched up with the player ID that you've been associated with. We're going to run a server, which I've already kind of started coding out. It's going to be a bun server, and it will simply be a simple HTTP server. So like I said, there are no WebSockets. What'll happen is we're gonna do polling. So every few seconds, the client, the browser, will ask the server for the current state of the game. And from here, we're going to push the state of the game, whatever that looks like. We'll figure it out, back to each client. The way we're going to do that is right here. We're actually going to use the exact same WebAssembly file that all the clients run. So my statically hosted GitHub page is a client. It initiates it ports in the WebAssembly file, and you can run it and play the single player game. But then if you turn on a multiplayer flag, then it will try and connect to the server, and the server will run a WebAssembly, the same WebAssembly file that you have, but it'll run it in multiplayer mode. What's up, Dark Chocolate on the YouTube side? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. But Bun can do this. Node can do this too, right? I'm just using Bun because it tends to be a bit faster. We'll literally load in the WebAssembly file in here, and it'll be like headless. So if you can imagine somebody sitting here and playing the game, but just without the browser, without any of the HTML, without any of the JavaScript, none of that, right? So what'll happen is the Bun server will just literally run the exact same client code, WebAssembly code, and it will reach in and it will be the authoritative game. Whatever Bun does here is going to be the final say on what all the other clients should do, no matter where they're running. That means then that inside of the client, when we have the multiplayer flag turned on here, we're going to have to do a few things. We're going to have to ensure that when you make choices in the game, instead of passing those choices into your local client, as if you're a single player mode, we're going to have to ship those off to the server. And so I have a send to host function, which just kind of captures specific points of the game. And instead of running those choices against your local WebAssembly, it'll do it against the server. And the server will receive those inputs. It will execute those inputs as if somebody's sitting there, but no one's actually sitting there. It's just receiving the inputs. It'll confirm you can make the choices and whatnot. It will update its own local state because it's just another client. And if the action taken by one or more individuals who are in the game, if they're valid, then the state is updated, and then Bun will ship a new state somehow, some way. That's the part that I need to figure out. That's like, what am I going to send back? Receiving input seems to be, I think we're okay there. I think I've already figured out exactly what input needs to happen. I've written out some code about what kinds of things I need to add as part of the multiplayer mode. So really what it comes down to is how I'm going to communicate from a local client to the server. and what the state data is going to look like. And I think to start with, I need to consider how users are going to be associated to a game. So in here, I need to start thinking about like how a game is actually going to be set up here. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to have to take into account is that users have to generate a key via Discord, and then the key gets you access to the game as long as you have the right role. Okay, so that's a starting point. Once you have a key, then you're going to be given a link. The link will take you to the right place to load up the game, and then you're in the game. When you initially load the page, validate the key. So I probably need to do a validate key. Oh, I already have it. Okay, there we go. So I thought about it already. Okay. Yeah, so we'll have to validate the key. And then if key is valid, then set is multiplayer to true. Actually, we probably don't even need that. All we have to do is just set a flag here. Is multiplayer should always be set to true. We'll just set a flag like have valid key, and if you decide to override it with like Chrome Inspector tools or whatever, sure, that's fine. Who cares? What'll happen is that yeah, we're going to check your key on every action. You just won't be in the game, so it doesn't actually matter if you try and hijack it on the client side. The server will always check whether your key is valid. So instead we'll go set have valid key to true. Okay, so once we have all that, then we can start the polling, right? So what'll happen is that the client will start polling. So we'll just client starts polling. So like every X seconds, make a get request for state of game. And then what we need to do is we need to have a stack. So the stack would be like, well, actually we've skipped some steps, haven't we? How do we determine when the game starts from a server perspective? We could make an arbitrary condition. Must have 2 or more active players. Once 2 or more, start a countdown, like 30 seconds or something. And the countdown will give everybody a chance to join if that's what they want to do. If the countdown ends, then begin the game. Countdown ends, begin game. When we begin the game, when the game begins, the server must the server must create fleets and add them to battle. Then the server must send that data to each client. And so there we begin the stack. So we're going to get into the stack in a second. Clients set up their local fleets and ships and all that. And then and then placement of no server, right, server initiates battle scene, which places fleets ships in world, and then again clients must also initiate their battle scene, must pass location data for all the ships and fleets. So this is what we need to just even get started, and already we can see the need to figure out what data are we going to pass, how are we going to get it out of the WebAssembly on the bun side, send it to the clients, and have the clients read that data and update their local. And then if we're going to do polling where every X number of seconds the client is making a GET request, how do we determine like whether someone has received the right data, whether everyone has received it? So now we need to kind of structure that out. What's up, King? Yeah, make software great again. Writing backend in Node. I know. It's bun though. It's not really Node, so it's okay. I'm probably going to replace this with a C server, to be honest with you. I'm probably just going to run a C HTTP server. Real talk. But I need to prove out the concept, and this is a quick way to do it, so it is what it is for now. But I think a C server to run this would be dope. Same crap, different name, I know. A stack. Okay. So what is our stack? Our stack would be, let's say, messages to send, or and or game state data per active player. Okay, that's one stack. Another stack might be waiting for confirmation, and that would be again per active player. And then in some cases it would be waiting for confirmation from a single player, which would probably be a player who is currently taking their turn in battle. And so then that means that every other player is just waiting. And then you'd definitely need to pass game states and stuff like that. And so then what happens is on every X GET request from players, we pull and remove the stack object for that player. That means that then each player needs to you'd have to track each player's state, like whether they pulled what's needed or not. And at some point when the stack, like in some cases when the stack is empty, when stack is empty for all players, sometimes you would do a thing, sometimes not, just depends. You might be looking for specific things that get pulled, stuff like that. Then you also need, as an additional thing, this means we also need a post path. And the post path is going to be pretty much reserved I was thinking it might be reserved for only the players that are taking their turn, but confirmations would need a post path too. So all actions that a client needs to send will go through this post path. Okay. Every get and post query will need a valid key, so we're going to have to make sure to include that. And now comes the challenging part, the most challenging part, as if that's not challenging already, which is what kind of data do we send to clients for actions and game state? Part of the problem here is we're using flat arrays for a bunch of our data structures on the C side, which means that the WebAssembly it basically runs off flat arrays. So we'd have to, like, the most simplest way I can think of is that you would read. Do I have an example here? Yeah, I do. Here. You could reach into the WebAssembly and potentially, like, literally rip out, on the server side, rip out a block of array data and ship that data as raw bytes in like a get or a post request or something like that. The downside to that is that you're then setting a hard state to the clients. And I worry that it's going to get a little bit weird. For example, I'm just trying to think this out. When you have a scene, where's my scene code? Like here. You go through a scene, and then you go through a state. This is a state, a moving state, for example, an order state, player taking turn state. The scene is ocean battle, and then depending on the state, you have different choices that are available to render on the client. So if we send raw data, like raw array data, we're going to have to do things like set the current scene state, and then hope that that running that state sets up the right choices if they're necessary and provides the right like dialogues and, movement choices and stuff like that. It's iffy, honestly. It's quite iffy. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work. It might be easier, instead of sending chunks of array data off of the WebAssembly on the server side, it might be better to send actions as like as an array of actions, and you'd receive something like, let me see if I can pseudocode it out. Okay, so like array of actions, and it would be set current scene, for example. Well, I'll just come up with a few examples. Scene ID, but that would mean first get current scene from server WASM. It would be the same thing for current scene state. Same thing. You'd also do like if something moved, right? Move world NPC to But first, get the world NPC X and Y from ServerWASM, and or alternatively send all world NPC data all the time. This would also mean send all ship data like crew and health all the time. That could be a starting point there. So we'd have to set the scene, we'd send all the data, and is there anything else that I might be missing? What's up, Blue Blue? Using text as the primary key in the keys table? Yeah. It's a UUID. So I think it has to be text. Because it's a mixture of strings and ints. I haven't actually built the table yet, so I actually don't know if I'm going to keep it that way, but right now that's what it's looking like. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to send. Scenes, NPCs move to all NPCs. Maybe like a victory condition. Oh no, victory condition is accounted for here. But maybe send a special action to ensure it's clear that this is a victory condition. The unique identifier keyword doesn't work. I actually don't know. I don't know about, because I'm using SQLite. So yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. It doesn't look like it has it, no. SQLite should work with it. I don't know. It says not. Data types in SQLite. Integer type. Yeah, I don't think so. Let me just make sure I'm reading the right docs. SQLite does have unique. Let me just see here. Okay, but it's not unique though. Like, okay, but yeah, it's not unique though. Unique is like create table. Unique ensures that whatever identifier you do have is a unique identifier all the time, but it doesn't actually have the type, right? You have to use text to do a UUID. And so if I'm gonna do UUID as my identifier, I can put unique next to it, but I can't actually use UUID inside of the DB. Just see here. Why can't I get the... There we go. You can use extensions too. I don't want to put extensions on SQLite. UUID stored as text. Yeah. And binary compact, so blob primary key. So I guess I could just do that then. UID stored as binary. Yeah, I don't want to use the extensions. I don't want to add that in. I want to keep it simple. Okay, blob. UID 4 bytes. Yeah, okay. So I could do blob here, and then I would have to do no, I want this, like bytes probably here. Let me just make sure. That I can actually do bytes out of this. Nope, wrong package. Where? Oh, it's UUID. Convert stringify. Convert UUID string to array of bytes. Parse stringify. I just want to get the bytes out of it. I guess I would just do UUID parse of UUID. Generate key UID v4. So I guess I could go UID v4 parse. And if I do parse, it'll give me the bytes. Okay. Okay, something like that anyways. Okay, thanks folks. That'll be better. I'll figure it out from here. If it's not right, I can pull in the parse. UID. Yeah, but I don't think the bytes is not, it's not part of the UID package. It's not like that. I'm not using, that's for Python. That's not for NPM. There is no dot bytes. So I have to parse it. I have to generate a UUID string and then use the parser to get the bytes out of it. Which is fine. Anyway, okay. That's fine. Don't want to spend a bunch of time on that. I'll figure it out once I actually run this thing. But it's a good call out, so we'll see if it works. We'll see if this is right. I'm not even sure this is right. I might have to do some different import, but whatever. We'll figure it out. Okay. So at this point, the data that I've come up with so far is just setting the scene state, the scene and the scene state. Well, we already know that the scene is always the same thing, which is fine. The scene state will change. And the client will have to run Client has to run scene, whatever, ocean battle, scene action init, which is 0 locally once scene state is updated. So we do that. If I send all the world data and all the ship data, then that means any ship that exists in the world as part of the battle just automatically gets updated. We're going to miss out on animations, but at least it'll be there. So yeah, those cool animations, they're super cool. Top tier AAA game animations won't be there. You'll just get it like an automatic update. But whichever player is currently taking their turn, if they're not an NPC, will see their turn animated, because that part's all local to the player. Camp board. Okay. Yeah, so that's how that'll work then. The last thing I would want to do is add a add a trigger. We need a trigger. We need a way for the server to reload, to trigger a client's page to reload, to start a new battle. We also need a way for the server to reload its own WASM state. I do not want to hold the WASM state over multiple battles. That currently is ripe for issues. I would rather flush the WASM state and then read it again and load it again. So I guess we need to flush WASM instance and then run WebAssembly instance again, and then go and then start at the top. Down the road, what would be really cool to have multiple games going with multiple instances, and each instance has unique players, just so that nobody can play 2 games at once. Same as C#. Then yeah. Okay, but this is like a future item. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole right now. Curious, why do you have instead of triple? Instead of triple? Because I don't need triple, I guess. I don't. You only need 2, and it becomes a comment. I don't think triple does anything special, except maybe for like reading it, I suppose, but I read it fine without triple, so that's it. I'm pretty sure that's a good start. I have a Discord bot here, which I'll run on Discord. I'll have to create an application and get a token. I can do that off screen, and this will be how you get a key, and it'll ship you back a link that's just for you. so that you can open up the game with that key, and then it'll get validated. You'll have to confirm, and then the game will start. Triple is for long lines of code. It automatically adds the slashes in two. I'm not sure. It's for long lines of code? Or do you mean like multiple lines? I don't know what you mean. I know that there's this. You can do this. Triple doesn't do anything for multiple lines of code. Like, yeah, it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't even have Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is for suckers who don't care about their RAM usage. I use Sublime, okay? Be a real coder. I'm just kidding. From time to time, I use Visual Studio Code. Don't worry about it. Unless you checked real coders use Vim. Nope. They don't even use that, bro. Anything that isn't Notepad, I've used Notepad before. On stream, I pulled it out to do some vanilla JS to prove Theo T3 is a complete buffoon when it comes to certain topics. Because he felt he couldn't do something without Visual Studio Code, so I pulled out Notepad and did it. I just raw dogged in Notepad and did it. Don't knock Notepad, man. Sometimes that's all you need. Okay. Personally, just use Echo. Just Echo and sed. Just go like, Echo some code and then, sed whatever. But why do you need formatting? Even authors wouldn't use it for book. You don't know that. You don't know what authors use. That's a pretty wild assumption you made there. Why do you need formatting? Real pros don't need formatting. I'm just saying. Okay. The other thing I am a little bit concerned about is tracking here. I don't actually have tracking for users who are in the game. I generate a key. I guess the assumption is once the key is validated, they become part of the game. I could generate a key, but they might not use it. So, sure. Echo line by line, you have to restart if you mess up. Hard mode. Real pros don't use braces for if statements. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. At this point, might as well just go back to punch cards and smoke signals. That's what the real pros do. If you're part of the game when you validate a key, then I guess we'll just start with like an array of players. Like this. And if your key is valid, we would do as long as the player count is less than 10, I think. Hey, where is Jan? Thanks for the follow on the Twitch side. I appreciate it, man. Kalispera Tikanis. Posise. How are you doing? If players.length is less than, I think, 10, it's got to be 10. No, 10. Off by 1. Damn it. Oh, you're dropping it in Greek, huh? Bravo, Milaske Linika. Nah. Oh, ads. Okay, I'll wait for the ads to be over. Then I'll talk some more Greek. So we do add player to array. It would be players.push key username. Make sure that they're not in it already, I guess. An array. Okay, so they get added in if there is more. Oh, I have to move this down here. Make sure it's a valid key before I actually go ahead and do that. There we go. I think the ads end in 30 seconds, and then I'll okay, so that'll add the player to that. Then once we've hit 10 players or more than 2, so we do something along the lines of players.length. Okay, I think ads are over. Stop, Boris Jan. Ne, then timame pola linika ala timame ligo. So sometimes I'm going to have to talk English because I can't remember all the words in Greek, but yeah. Illegal is enough. Enough, yeah. Players length equals to 2. Then we would start a countdown of like X seconds or something. And countdown ends. Begin game. And if anybody joins, they join. If not, they don't. And that's as simple as we'll keep it. We won't even wait for people to confirm it. We'll just go with that. All right, so the countdown will probably be a constant value. countdown seconds. We could go like 120. We'll have to somehow do a countdown, maybe like a set timeout, maybe. And then the beginning of the game would be, yeah, well, here. It would be something like iterate all players, add to game by setting them as okay, yeah, okay. This is a problem here. We need to map server players to WASM players, which means over on the C side, wherever I have that, set which player you are. No, that's not it. Where the heck is it? Here. Yeah, okay. So, and this is for server only. C. Players max players must be mapped to server players array. Okay, so that way the server knows who's who. When the game begins, we have to tell each client, hey, my tech on YouTube, how's it going, man? We have to tell each client which player they are. So their local WASM knows who they are. That means clients make a get request for state of game. In the stack of messages, we say you are player X. Then client would run WASM exports set which player you are, and then whatever the server ID authority tells you are. And then we continue, whatever continue looks like here. That's right, my tech. That's right. Okay, kala. So now I have to start breaking it out into, I need to start breaking it out into how many requests are required to even get to this point. I can think of, we could break it down into 2 requests. So what would happen is you'd go on Discord, you'd say, give me a key. You get a key with a link to the game. You click on the link. It takes you to the game. It initializes a request to the server that validates the key. And so the validation of the key, if successful, means that you're in the game. If you're in the game, then what would happen is your client would poll, it would wait, it'd start a countdown. And so in the next, like, whatever, 5 seconds or whatever it is, it'd make us a follow-up request. And that request would tell you which player you are. Okay, so we do that. This could be like a cutoff of like 1 request. Right? And then once every player has pulled their player mapping, now we're ready for the server to actually begin its own local instance of the game. Server sets up local instance of game, add fleets for each player to game, position everyone, and then when ready, add to player message stack data for a game, or whatever we've determined the data we've determined above. So whatever that looks like. And then the client makes a follow-up request, and the server says, yep, I'm ready now. Here is the initial placement of all the NPCs, the ships, any special things, maybe buffs that you have, things like that, and then away you go. Hey, Zero on YouTube, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Welcome in. So then each player will just pull, right? It'll pull from the available stack of messages that the server wants you to know about. And when it pulls the message, the server just like clears it off the stack and says, okay, this player's like, this player's taken the message. When all the players have taken the message, and they've set up their positions, then we can move on. And so that can become like a third, like that's the second request. And now we're on to the third. And so then it becomes what happens here. Good to see you as well. Yeah. So once the placement happens, now we've entered into the same phase as single player mode. So that was all just to get multiplayer set up. And single player mode, yeah. So when I see placement phase, it would be like this, where yeah, placement phase. Hang on. How does this actually work? Crap. We'd send the placement of all the data. We'd have to send also the scene, set current scene and set current scene state. We'd have to also send that. Send scene and scene state. That way all the players locally see this, because now we're entering the same battle as single player mode, but we're just adding in the ability for different players to control different ships in the world. So we do have to send the scene data that tells a player that their local should initiate this scene with the data that we've sent to them beforehand of all the placement and who's who in the zoo. So we do that. Each player then has to confirm that they have updated their local instance. So each player must confirm that their local instance is set up, aka each player must get what the heck is it called? Setting up ocean battle. Must get the setting up ocean battle message and click confirm. That ships a post request to server. Once all players do this, continue. And so then the continuation would be continue in server context is equal to current scene make choice 0, which executes confirm locally for the server. Okay, at that point, we now have a new request. So that's going to, okay, battle turn order will be updated based on previous server execution, because that's what happens on the C side when you hit confirm on that. Yeah, we initialize it. We say setting up scene, setting up ocean battle. You hit confirm right here. And then what happens is that somebody takes their turn. So the turn will be incremented, and it's somebody's turn. So we'll go, oh, come on, battle turn order. So whose turn is it? Server doesn't need to send anything. If we did it right, what should happen is that players, so we'll just do this. If we did this right, players will get put into a waiting state, which we already have on the WebAssembly side for all the clients. Current turn player will be auto-prompted to take their actions. And at this point, we're going to do two things. Well, we'll put this down here. I'm not sure. We'll have to do wait for current turn player to submit their action to server. And then the server will pass that action into server WASM and essentially respond good or bad, depending on whether it's a good move or a bad move. At some point, current turn player will have their turn end, and then we begin a new phase. And the new phase is increment turn order, which should also happen automatically. And then another confirmation phase would take. So let's pretend it's an NPC turn now, right? And so then the NPC does actions in server WASM, which we have to store and send to clients. So this here becomes a bit tricky because we have an issue, which I think I'm going to let it slide for now. We'll deal with it after. But the issue is that players will have their own local WASM run NPC actions without server consent because of single player mode. So we'll have to deal with that. But that's okay, because when the server sends updated state data, everybody will get resynced anyways. So it'll be weird until we fix it. I'm wondering how the rendering is done. I've only done Canvas API. Athens, yeah. Yeah, Athens is the world that I loaded up. So the rendering is done with just plain old div elements. I'm not using Canvas. I'm not using WebGL. I'm not using WebGPU. I'm not leaning on any hardware acceleration crutches. I'm running everything. I've turned off hardware acceleration on the browser. I am trying to push the most basic raw vanilla stuff as far as they can possibly be pushed. And part of the reason why I'm doing it is because I do not think that the DOM is actually slow. I think it's just that you've been led to believe it's slow because of the propaganda that the tech industry kind of shovels in front of, down everybody's throat. Like, you can't do a game like this without Canvas and hardware acceleration. But I don't think that's true. I think that's a lie. I think the reason why everybody gets told that is because there are a bunch of people who are too lazy to actually really care about their code. It's too much effort to make the DOM fast, and they just don't want to do it. So they'd rather have everybody else follow along with them and use something like hardware accelerated Canvas with a whole like library or framework to make that happen. because they just don't want to deal with the DOM. It's too much for them. It's too whatever, and so they want you to agree with them and do it as well. I've done a lot with the DOM. This is the first time I'm doing a game with the DOM, but I've done a lot of stuff with the DOM that is surprisingly fast when I was told it would not be fast. So we'll see what happens. But I think we can push this quite a bit, and not just that, but I have vanilla CSS 3D. So if I do, you see, it's vanilla CSS 3D. It's all vanilla. Everything's vanilla. Oh, like everything, literally everything. So I'll do like a fire cannon, right? Things will move. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can kind of see it maybe a little better, but yeah. So it's just vanilla CSS 3D. You can just switch it off. And there you go, you're back to 2D mode. And it's all DOM. It's all DOM based. So I'm trying to see what I can. Conspiracy theories run deep in Greek. Oh, where is Jan, bro? This whole stream. Hang on, where is Jan? The Supokati is Seligo. In no, I didn't say that right. In a little bit, I'll say something. Sounds like a good experiment. Yeah, I think we'll be surprised how far we can push it. What is it in Spot frameworks? VDOM, Shadow DOM, like a complete copy of the actual DOM that's slowing it down. Yeah, so that's in React, right? And that's the only one that really does it. So what React will do, or what it did, it doesn't do it so much anymore, I don't think. It will create a virtual representation of the DOM. And then it will, as you make updates, it will just structure the updates and then ship only the updates that are needed to the actual DOM. Because if you directly manipulate the DOM on the browser, then the browser has to do repaints, which is exactly what it sounds like. It has to repaint the whole screen. And that's where kind of the notion of the DOM is slow and inefficient comes from, but it's not. It's not. In 2012, people were running these test websites. You could have thousands of sprites as div elements animated around the screen with JavaScript or CSS, and you'd be hitting 30 FPS in 2012. So no, the DOM is not slow. It's just that people are too stupid, or too lazy. Or, they don't want to put in the work because, it's too much effort to figure it out, or whatever it is. Any number of these things. What's up, ELS? Good to see you. So where is Yana? I think you're new, but just so you know, the entire premise of this stream is, since I started streaming, is a counter narrative to what people are typically told. It's my opinion that we're in whatever the opposite is of the golden age of software. If you think about, like, imagine the golden age of software, we're in the opposite of it. It is the worst that it's ever been. But so many people, vast majorities of the tech industry, from programmer to executive and everywhere in between, say it's never been better. But the reasons why they say that are completely devoid or separated from the actual, like, hardware and software, like code, from the actual thing that's being run. Most of the time, the reason why people say it's never been better is because the money is typically good. If you have a job and, you're in like a startup and, maybe you have a unicorn startup that makes a bunch of money and VC funding and all of that. The number of features you can ship out in a short amount of time, the ability to get cheap labor, because if you just hire for people who know React, it's easy to find people who know React straight out of boot camp, which means you can pay them less, which means you can build a team of React developers, and it gives you an easy way out to essentially get something out the door and make money off of it, right? And so that's why people feel it's never been better. A secondary thing why people feel it's never been better, especially programmers, is because of developer experience. which is nothing but subjective. I feel good when I do this. So I feel good when I write React and I don't have to worry about like what's going on under the hood. It makes me feel good. And it makes me feel good when I, as a junior who just got out of coding boot camp, can jump in on a code base and write whatever. I don't really know anything beyond React or whatever framework that I was taught. But I feel good because I'm able to accomplish stuff with very little code by comparison to what, the old graybeards had to do many years ago. It's in, Zero, it's in shitification. That's right. It has never actually been worse. These are all subjective metrics. It's all about feelings. It's about how you feel. I feel good doing this. I feel good providing business value. I feel good shipping features, etc. Unfortunately, it's come at a high cost. And that cost is, it's multifactored. But for example, we've beaten consumers over the head to the point where they no longer even know how to complain about the issues that they experience. So when they go to a website, I love showing this. This is React, right? This is the React website. It's supposed to be like the flagship website, right? A user would not know how to even begin to look at this. They've become desensitized to apps crashing, to websites loading slow, to desktop software like eating up all your RAM, because we keep telling them, well, this is as good as it gets. Like this is it. There's nothing better, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. And so people see issues with everything that they use in software, and it's like, okay, I guess it's just status quo. But check this out. I could just do this all day. I could just sit here and do this all day. If this is the kind of stupidity that the React flagship site has, you can imagine the kinds of issues that people can create within React. And every hover is a request. Yeah. How would let's imagine that this problem is exacerbated by some stupid issue that the framework, has built into it. And a user comes on and, this isn't really a big deal, right? It's stupid because we as programmers understand how dumb and ridiculously stupid this is. This is insane. You could just sit here and do this the whole day. But imagine a worse issue, and users are just accustomed to, when I go to a website, it's slow. When I go to a website, it doesn't load up right away. When I click a link, sometimes it's broken. When I load up an application on my laptop, it crashes. When I open up a mobile app, it crashes. Take your pick. And the entire tech industry just goes, oh, that's just the way it is, right? And so that's one problem. Is how much money are we leaving on the table? By essentially neutering the ability for our users to get the most benefit out of the things we build. On top of that, we have an entire industry built on people who do not understand what's going on under the hood. Yeah, it's great. You can hire a cheap team of React developers who know React really well, maybe, and they can build a bunch of stuff. But once they hit a wall with React, they're going to have to go into vanilla JavaScript land. And many of them do not even know how to write plain HTML because they're used to writing JSX with React. Which, believe it or not, it's basically just HTML wrapped inside of React. And this is just one framework. All the other frameworks that are built on top of this, on top of plain JavaScript, do very much the same thing, just in different ways. This also goes into desktop software like Rust. It's not as memory safe as everybody would have you believe. If you look at I think rustsec.org. Yeah, here. If you look up at the advisories for all the Rust packages and you total them up, for the last 3 years running at least, there's been, I think, approximately 40 some odd packages that all have to do with memory safety issues, despite the fact that Rust claims that it is a memory safety first language. Just the entire state of the industry is really, really bad, and that's why I'm doing this stream, this streaming and this game, because I'm a high school dropout. I don't have a high school education. I've taught myself everything I needed to know, and I can write vanilla C, and I can write vanilla JavaScript, and I can write vanilla HTML, and I can write vanilla CSS, and I can write vanilla everything at a low level, and work up at the higher level. And these things are not actually that hard. I'm not particularly smart. People with degrees can't do this stuff. And it's a real shame because we have a lot of untapped power. So throughout the last year and some months that I've been streaming, I've even been going over scientific data, like around the security vulnerabilities that we introduce with like NPM packages, for example, which is huge. The cost of cybersecurity issues, like when a cybersecurity vulnerability is exploited, it has a cost, a real world cost. Companies have to pay out money, or systems go down, or like 911 emergency centers go down, or literally the entire east coast of the United States at one point could not get gasoline shipped to gas stations. Things like this. There's like a real world cost. That cost is approximately $7 trillion, which is the third largest economy next to the US and China. And that was in 2023. So I go over studies like that. I go over studies like why TypeScript actually makes bugs worse, not better. It increases the time it takes to fix bugs in JavaScript. It doesn't reduce anything, like at all. I go over studies about Rust. I go over studies about React, like all kinds of stuff. I've done it on previous live streams. And so that's why I'm building this game the way I am, which is I'm pushing the envelope. There's like a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. Imagine if you're like a nation that wants to see the downfall of the West, you're going to be sitting back and hoping that everybody continues down this path on the West in terms of like technology use, because it does nothing but increase security vulnerabilities, make things slower. It permeates into military aspects, like the software that the military uses, which is great if you want to attack the defense of a nation. Like all these things have a real world impact to you and me. And I'm doing these streams to get on my soapbox and tell people that it's not okay that things are this way. And not just that, but it's actually not as hard as people think it is to just put a little bit more care in their code and do some really cool stuff. There's a lot more we can do with a lot less. So there's my long spiel about what I'm up to. I only hear good things about Rust too. Yeah, everybody says good things about Rust, but yeah, it's not as good as it's told. You just have to do a bit of research, right? Isn't the worst one is the one related to Windows for Rust packages? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there was a Windows Rust security vulnerability that allowed you to run commands inside of Windows, like as admin, I think, just willy-nilly, whatever you wanted to do. Yeah. So like imagine, I went over scientific studies that are like, how long do vulnerabilities take to get fixed once they're found? In some cases, it's 10 years. High risk, like critical vulnerabilities, staying as vulnerabilities 10 years, for 10 years after they're identified as a vulnerability. So it's not even like they could live unidentified. My friend works at MITRE. MITRE, yeah, and swears by TypeScript and Rust. Yeah, no. TypeScript and Rust do not save you anything. It's all about developer experience. That's the problem. So enemy state enemy nations, or nations that aren't friendly to us, let's put it that way, they love it when they hear like stories like that. Oh yeah, cyber defense company loves TypeScript and Rust. Perfect, because they're not what they're made out to be, and that is all about developer experience. It's all like Rust makes me feel safe, TypeScript makes me feel safe. It's all about the feelings, but not about objective facts. Do they not catch runtime bugs though? Not always. Not always, because what can happen is the developer themselves can execute a program that at runtime works fine for whatever their hardware ecosystem is, or whatever their testbed ecosystem is. And once it gets into the wild, an issue with the thing they used is not seen until it gets into like some weird out there, maybe not even like obscure, maybe like even a common use case, but it just wasn't tested properly. So runtime bugs can happen all the time. I think we went over a study where there was a one runtime bug that somebody caused because they shipped a production update without shipping to staging first to test on staging. They just shipped it because they felt like the thing they were using was safe enough. It might have actually been Rust. And so they're like, it's memory safe. We'll just ship it. We'll skip stage and go right to production. Because Rust is memory safe. And it's like, nope, no, it's not. And no one's stopping you from using any in TypeScript. That's right, Zir on YouTube. That's exactly right. And I think actually any is basically the biggest defeater to TypeScript. It's in the name, type. If you have the word any, you're no longer in typeland. Why would you even create a language that can do that? It completely defeats the purpose. So you'd be better off writing vanilla JS than TypeScript? Yes. I went over a study. It was in a recent live, and the study showed that TypeScript does not save you any time. Does not save the amount of, like, it does not reduce. It minimally reduces the number of bugs that you have versus JavaScript, but that is mitigated anytime you use the word any. So if you strictly avoid using the word any, you might be able to get a lower bug count than vanilla JavaScript. But as you continue to use the word any, your bug count becomes basically the same as JavaScript. What is worse, no matter what you do, is the amount of time it takes to fix a bug once it's been discovered. TypeScript, on average, takes 2 days longer to fix any bug found than in vanilla JavaScript because of all the hoops you have to jump through with all your build tools and the different like sporadic areas of your types being laid out in different ways and having to like test it and figure out where exactly the bug is. So TypeScript actually makes fixing bugs longer, and it gives you minimal, if any, benefit to less bugs reduced versus vanilla JavaScript. CloudStrike, yeah, thanks, Chief Multi-Hat. Hey, 6D, first time chat, and the last steed, what's up? Hi, what's your basis for saying Rust is not memory safe? My basis is RustSec. If you look at the vulnerability database and you just do a simple count, like you literally just go here, and then just go through this entire page, and do a count of memory unsafe vulnerabilities over the last, just do till like maybe 2023, 2022 maybe. It's about 40 per year. And I think memory not safe, like unsafe memory vulnerabilities every year take up the most vulnerabilities over other categories. Why would you use void in C? Was I using void in C? Or was I using void in C? I'm not using void in C, I don't think. Void star? I don't think I'm using void star in C. What are you comparing that to? Rust? I'm just comparing it to itself. I don't think I need to compare it to anything else. It's an internal critique to Rust. This is a very common mistake. What mistake is that? I think we've got a Rust fanboy in chat. People assume that because Rust sec exists that the language is flawed. Does Rust not pride itself as its primary thing as being memory safe? Is that true? Or is that untrue? I don't need to define memory safe. It's Rust's definition. I'm not the one making the claim. So if you're going to defend Rust, then define it to me as Rust would define it. Okay, so if you're qualifying yourself through authority, then you're making an appeal to authority. I don't care about your qualifications and how many years experience you have. I'm not an argument to authority does not count. Tackle the idea. Does Rust sell itself as a memory safe language? Is that true or untrue? Yes, memory safety is a major selling point of Rust. Okay, so if I go over to RustSec then, and I see that for the last 3 years running, the biggest portion of vulnerability issues in Rust are memory safety issues. Your experience is that the language makes a major improvement in memory safety. That's why I asked what you're comparing it to. I don't actually even like. I can't really even really disagree with you on that. Like, how would I disagree if your experience is that there is an improvement in major memory issues? Sure, yeah. You're saying there are many vulns disclosed there compared to what? Compared to Rust, I don't need to compare it to anything. I just need to compare it to itself. Why would I need to compare it to anything but Rust? Why do I need to look to any external factors? It's Rust that makes the claim, right? I have the data. It's in Rust. It's in the Rust security vulnerability report. Why should I need to compare it to anything else? It's Rust making the claim. I just want to make sure I get the numbers right. Hang on. Did I have the numbers right here? Yeah, okay, yeah, I do have the numbers right. Yeah, it's approximately 40 per year for the last 3 years, and it's more than the other types of vulnerabilities. Sometimes combined, but not always, to be fair. Sorry, I was doing math. But these are not vulnerabilities within the language. Okay, I'll circle back to that. So if there was a single Rust sec, you'd still say aha gotcha? Okay, so so what I'm saying is, right? So I see what you're saying, 60. What I'm saying is that if the vulnerabilities over the last few years in Rust are, by majority, compared to other types of vulnerabilities, 40 plus per year memory issues, and that is the primary grouping of vulnerabilities. That's the most number of vulnerabilities per year. It's memory safety issues. Then I do not care what it is in C++ or anything else. You cannot, on the one hand, say Rust is memory safe, and then on the other hand say, yet it has, in and of itself, memory safety vulnerabilities as the primary grouping of vulnerabilities. Who cares what the purpose of RustSec advisories is? Does it matter? The vulnerabilities exist. Why does it matter? Why do you keep shifting the goalposts here? Yeah, I don't think you understand that I'm doing an internal critique. I do not care what C++ is or, like anything else. I care about what Rust claims and what's actually happening in Rust. But are they in the language? So wait, they would necessarily have to be in the language in order to create a vulnerability that exists within Rust, right? Like you'd have to be able to say that Rust can create memory safety issues, even though it says it can't or that it is memory safe. You're comparing memory safety advisories versus non-memory safety. And an advisory's purpose and largest to disclose memory safety issues. And you're saying, gee, that looks bad. Do you understand any of the issues described in these advisories? I've gone over some of them, sure, but I haven't gone over every single one. I've mostly gone over the I actually did read through a few of these because I was curious what they were, but I was trying to get like a tally count. So vulnerability in Age, Magic Crypt. Sure, I don't know. Raw parts in libaffle. This library breaks the safety assumptions when using unsafe API, which is a slice from raw parts, I believe mutated. The pointer passed to from raw parts mutated, is misaligned by casting U8 to U16 raw pointer, which is unsound. The bug is patched by using a line offset, which could make sure the memory address is aligned to 2 bytes. So you have a mismatch in byte type, essentially here. You're casting one type of memory into from one to another. Okay, and did the language any of its guarantees? What? Did the language fail? Oh, I see. So okay. So what you're trying to say is, at least what I think you're trying to say is like, is there's a distinction between, Rust saying, guaranteed memory safety, as opposed to memory safe, right? Like, yeah, there's no way for you to, like it would be different if in your opinion, it would be different if Rust was like, there's no way you can create a memory safety issue. There's like zero shot, no chance if you use us. And what you're saying is that's not what Rust is saying. That it is possible to create memory safety issues. It just makes it harder, maybe. No, I'm wondering if you understand the distinction between safe and unsafe code in Rust. Memory safety would be anything, it would be akin to like it's the reason why Rust complains about C, right? Because in C, when you're doing memory management, especially yourself, then what you can do is create things like situations where you cause like a buffer overflow, for example, or where you could even do this, where you improperly or accidentally cast your data incorrectly because of like mismanagement of pointer uses. There is safe. You can enter unsafe. I'm not sure what you mean. I know you can like you can disable the safety of Rust code if that's what you mean. Like you can say like I want to enter into an unsafe mode. I'm not sure if that's what you mean though. This is a vulnerability in a third-party crate, not in the language. Is the crate written in Rust? Have you written any Rust? Not professionally. No, only as like playing around with it. So I haven't even done that much of it. I've probably read more Rust than I've written. Have you ever typed the unsafe keyword in Rust? Hang on. Yes, I have. That's exactly what I was talking about. Is that it's an escape hatch, so you can get out of the safety portion of Rust, right? You can say I would like to enter into an unsafe mode. I'm doing something, whatever, right? Ads, yeah, I know. I'll let the ads play out and we'll get back to it. Okay, cool. That's good. The code is written in unsafe Rust, so in your case, against the fact that Rust allows for unsafe code when marketing itself as a safe language. Well, back from ads, okay. I mean that's part of it, yeah. Like why? Well, I mean not it, the question. It's not a fair question to say like why have an unsafe keyword. Like obviously, yeah, I think it's pretty clear why Rust would have an unsafe keyword because you need to determine when you're going to be doing unsafe stuff in Rust. That makes sense. So I get it. Like, however, what Rust claims to be versus what Rust allows you to do are not the same thing. And that's where that's one of my points of contention against Rust. My other one is more about the experience with it. I'm not sure you do get it. Well, you know what? That's fine, 60. I'll just grant it to you. I'll grant it that Rust is super memory safe. It's the most the most memory safe thing in the world. You can like anything else, you can make it unsafe. You can write stupid code in any language. I'll just grant it to you for the sake of argument. Okay, you got it. Here's the other thing about Rust. Rust is run by community and people who like to throw their authority around and people who like to yell a lot about the direction they'd like to see Rust. That is ripe for getting blown up because every time you run something ad populum by consensus of majority, it typically backfires. So even if Rust is better than I make it out to be, which maybe you have a point, I still don't care, because the community around it and the way that it's being run and operated makes me extremely concerned about its longevity, because I've seen many projects in my 25 years as a software developer where running things by community causes something to explode or implode. The purpose of the safe unsafe boundary is that you can build modular safe abstractions using constructs the compiler cannot verify. Yeah, okay. So I think I get it. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. Let me put it that way. Yes, I am arguing something entirely different. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just granting your argument and moving to a different argument, which I've also claimed before. This isn't a new argument I'm bringing up now. I've been saying it for a long time. Well, a long time being like pretty much since I started streaming. So what, like a year, I guess? What's up, Killian? Good to see you, man. So, but I still don't understand how, if you want to criticize the community, that's fine. But if you want to say the language fails its guarantees, you need facts. But isn't, okay, would you not say that having an unsafe keyword is by definition guaranteed not safety? Isn't that a guaranteed not safety? Isn't that the opposite of guaranteed safety? Like, you'd, how about this? How about maybe I'm complaining about the marketing. Maybe the issue isn't like down in the nitty gritty, like what exactly you can or cannot do with it. It's maybe like the marketing is not exactly correct. There's no you. It's always someone else. And you have to rely on the person you are outsourcing writing your code to write reliable, unsafe code. But unlike other languages, you have to rely on unsafe crates in Rust to do basic things. So you effectively have to rely on someone else wrapping the thing you want to do in an unsafe abstraction. That adds the possibility for supply chain attacks and makes things needlessly arcane. I agree with Lem here, but for the moment, I'm just kind of talking to 60. It's just you'll learn what the keyword does and then come back. I think you've told me what the keyword does, and you are apparently in my head, and you're capable of telling me what I understand and don't understand. Unsafe allows you to work inside of an unsafe area of Rust. And then you go back up to the safe area of Rust, and you use anything that you've built in the unsafe area, and you continue on with it. I don't think it's that difficult to do that. And your tone, frankly, 60, I really don't give a fuck. You are exactly representative of the type of people that you see in Rust, who pearl clutch whenever you say these things. Listen, unsafe is by definition an unsafe area of Rust. That means that the marketing of Rust as a memory safe language is not true, definitionally. Also, these Rust security vulnerabilities are packages that you would depend on, and they're the ones that are known. These are issues where the vulnerabilities are known. So what are you importing when you have the ability to do unsafe Rust, so to speak, and work outside of the safety guardrails that Rust would give you? You can create a package that somebody else can import, and you can have issues with that. It's not what it's marketed to be. What you just said is incorrect. What are you talking about? How is it incorrect? Jeez. What does the unsafe keyword do in Rust? Am I speaking Greek here? Dealing with pointers. Unsafe means you declare, I know what I'm doing here. It's not just not safe. Okay, so it's not safe plus more. It declares the existence of contracts the compiler can't check. I'm literally saying this. Uh, Rust has a second language hidden inside that doesn't enforce these memory safety guarantees. Unsafe, that's literally what I'm saying. You escape the memory safety of Rust by using unsafe. Not memory safe. Look at RustSec, which vulnerabilities because of the unsafe keyword. Look. Rust is a safe language that contains an unsafe language. It's right here. I went right to the Rust doc. This is it. Rust has a second language hidden inside it that doesn't enforce these memory safety guarantees. It's literally right there. What the hell are you guys talking about? Therefore, Rust propagandizing itself as a memory safe language is not true. So I don't care how many years of experience you have, whether it's 25 like me or not. It's really not that hard to comprehend what's going on here. Do you have a problem with only writing Rust when you don't use unsafe? If that were the case, if people were actually not using unsafe, maybe we'd be having a different discussion about this topic. But I don't think it's true. This is very funny to you. It's very funny, 6D, that the Rust documentation, literally, it's like it's right here. I'm glad you're accusing Rust marketing to be false by quoting the Rust website. Yes, it's right there. Yeah, I don't. So, okay, sure. Let's boil it down. Sure. It's marketing. It's marketed to be safe. Rust, the memory safe language. And the community does exactly what you do. Yeah, but look at what about these other things though? What about C though? What about C though? What about C++ though? That's exactly what you do. If you're going to point the finger at other languages, then you must be willing to accept internal critique. And I'm not seeing an acceptance of an internal critique here. And I'm literally reading from the Rust docs. The Rust community has gone to great lengths to explain and document what the safety guarantees are. Show the front page as well, but you haven't read. You're just saying RustSec exists, therefore bad. No, it's not RustSec exists, therefore bad. Way to straw man the argument, 6D. That's a straw man of my argument. It's the type of issues that exist in RustSec. Can you repeat to me what I was saying about RustSec? Can you repeat that? Yeah, no, Rust is misleading people. Sorry to break it to you, but it is. So it's blazingly fast. Okay. Rust's rich type system and ownership model guarantee memory safety and thread safety, except if you use unsafe, in which case these memory safety guarantees are gone. So first you 6D, you straw man my argument about RustSec, and then first you did what about CDO, and then you can't handle an internal critique, and then I go right to the page that says that memory safety, and then I go here and it says, like, I'm trying to tone it. Maybe okay, so I'm gonna assume that I'm the stupid one and 6D is the right one. I'm gonna try and take that approach. Okay, so what if I'm the one misunderstanding here? The fact that people like you don't take the time to understand does not mean the language or community. It just means you haven't taken the time to learn. Okay, so sure. You know what? I'm an idiot. I'm a high school dropout. Okay. And I've done many stupid things. I mean, if you look at my look, let me just self-deprecate for a moment. All right. I'm going to self-deprecate. Look at my C code. I mean, I purposefully set myself with certain limitations, right? So it limits my ability to do certain things in C on purpose. It's like I handcuffed myself. That's fine. But my C code isn't the best either. You know, it's a lot of it is, you know, I kind of hacked together a bunch of stuff, and there's definitely towards the end that I've been working on this game, there's some unreadable stuff, right? So self-deprecation, full awareness. I am not a like super smart guy. I'm going to, in good faith, even though I don't think 6D has been good faith to me, I think he's been very bad faith, but in good faith to him, I will go ahead and read this page about the unsafe keyword. Okay. I'm going to read it, and I'm going to assume that I have completely misunderstood 6D, and maybe I'll walk out of this, you know, having to apologize to 6D. Let's see what happens. All right. Here's Rust safety guarantee. If you don't use the unsafe keyword, then you can't cause undefined behavior, memory corruption, including data races. So it's just, it turns out to be an extremely useful guarantee in practice. Okay, I'm just going to wait for you to finish typing, and then I'll read it. So the safety guarantee is don't use unsafe, and then you're safe. It, 6D is talking about Rust, not the second language. Okay. Except that the second language is unsafe Rust. It works just like regular Rust, but with extra superpowers. I don't think it's like, I don't think you're writing Rust and then not Rust. If you use the unsafe keyword, then, as is widely documented, you take responsibility for upholding the soundness of the API you expose. Okay. Then RustSec is the list of crates that failed in some way to do so. Okay, right. So that's not a failing of the language. How about this then, 6D? As a compromise, would it be fair to say that could we agree, 6D? Could you and I agree that it would be good for more programmers to understand what Rust safety and unsafety means, so that it reduced the likelihood that people wrote unsafe Rust code? Could you agree with that? Avoiding writing unsafe code is very easy, and this is another benefit of the language design. Just don't type the unsafe keyword. Done. Okay, but 6D, I think I get it, but I mean, I'm just asking if you would agree that it would be great if more programmers who used Rust understood better the difference between the unsafe portion and the safety portion, and like what that would require, like what it would require. Yes, but you can get a lot of useful work done without using unsafe. No, that's fine. It's not. I'm not asking whether you can get a lot of useful work done without using unsafe. I'm asking, given the conversation, that what you're trying to explain to me, and my apparent lack of understanding, it would be good if programmers like me who don't get it, I think it would be great if more people commenting on the safety of Rust understood that distinction. Yes, okay, yeah. 6D, I'm going to ask again because you're not answering the question. You don't have to be a programmer to talk about like the safety or unsafety of Rust, which is why I took issue with what you said. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. What I'm asking is, could we agree, you and I, could we agree that if programmers who used Rust, right? Like I'm being specific here for a reason. The people who use Rust, the programmers who use Rust, if they understood better what it means to simply exactly what you said, I'll just take the words straight out of your text here. Don't use unsafe. If they understood what that meant, if more programmers who used Rust understood what that meant, it would be better. Just like as a general, like that would be better for more programmers to understand that. Yeah? I'm always in favor of more education. You're still is that like, yeah, it would be better? Yeah. Like, can you just not answer a question? 60, just, I think this would be like a bridge question. You just have to, it's just like, yeah, I think it would be better if more programmers understood. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What's your question? Would you agree? 60, bro. Trying here. I'm trying. Here, we'll go full. 60, bro. 25 years of experience, 25 years of experience, okay? Would it be better if more programmers understood how to write Rust without using unsafe as a keyword? Would that be better? I'm taking care with how I answer. Okay. Because just so you know, it's not like it's like I think it would be better, right? That's why I'm saying this is like a way to, you know, for both of us to agree that I think it would be better. I'd say it's the opposite. The more programmers that actually understood unsafe would be better because they'd understand the problems underneath the safe Rust is solving. Because it sounds like you're saying that the reason for RustX might be that people don't understand the implications of using the unsafe keyword. Is that right? That might be Temporous. Thanks for dropping in, man. We'll include you. Like, you know, I read your chat. I'm just kind of talking to 60 a little bit here, but to just chime in more, Temporous, because I know you're a first time chatter. It's not necessarily that the vulnerabilities would be directly impacted. They could be. You could make a case that, like, if more programmers understood what they were doing with unsafe versus not, that maybe those vulnerabilities would go down. That could be an effect of that. But let's just pretend that, like, that's not even a thing. It doesn't matter what the positive or negative consequences are, because we could, like, kind of get into like a rabbit hole. I'm just looking for like a place of agreement. Could we agree that, like me, dum here, who perhaps does not truly know what unsafe Rust is, therefore, I think it would be better, and hopefully you think it would be better, that more Rust programmers understood the difference between unsafe and safe and how to just not use unsafe. That would be better. Just don't use unsafe. And if you understand how to do that and why you're doing it, that would be better, right? And Temporis, I see your point. Yeah, how to not use unsafe. Let me, because I'm just trying to take it from your words. Let me just go back to your chat. I just want to I want to take it from like what you told me, right? You said, yeah, I understand. People understand how to not type the unsafe keyword. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the understanding of why you wouldn't. You said avoiding writing unsafe code is very easy. And this is another benefit of the language design. Just don't type the unsafe keyword. Done. Right? Okay. And so that's exactly what you're referring to, word for word. But I don't think you just mean don't type it. I think you'd mean like understand why you're not typing it. Right? Like how would you know how to work in that paradigm unless you understood how to work in that paradigm? And more programmers would benefit from working in that paradigm. It was an explanation of how to not enter unsafe Rust. Okay. Even still, all right, let's grant that. Would it still be good if more programmers understood why they should avoid using the unsafe keyword? Would that be good? More good than now? What's up, Lawler? Bro. You're still not answering the question, 60. Can you just, do you know how to answer a question? You still haven't even answered the question. I've asked the question 100 times. I've used your own words. You keep shifting the goalposts. Typical Rust pearl clutcher. Answer a goddamn question. Would it be better than what is the current state of things today if more programmers understood why they should avoid using the unsafe keyword? And the implication would be that if they're avoiding using the unsafe keyword, then they have an understanding of why, which means they can probably work in that paradigm. If more Rust programmers knew how to do that, it would be better. Just generally better. Forget about vulnerabilities or whatever. Just general knowledge better. That would be good. Dear Lord, pulling teeth over here. Thanks, Temporis. Temporis knows how to answer a question. It's like playing chess with the pigeon. You can write safe code in unsafe Rust, by the way. Like you can write safe code in C or any of the, yeah, but that, like, yeah, these are, you guys are bringing up good arguments, but I'm trying to find common ground with 6D. I already answered that. Yes, it would be better in terms of education, but I'm getting at the implications that people might take from your question. They would also understand what it would make sense to use unsafe too. Okay, so how about this then, 6D? Freaking hell. Let's assume for a moment, okay, that the only thing that you said, that you answered my question with, ideally everyone would read and understand the Rustonomicon. So, okay, hang on, 60. Let's assume that you answered, oh man, I'm sorry. You answered like Temporis, and you said yes. Let's just assume that that's the world we live in. You answered my question. You're like, you just said yes. What implication do you think people could derive from that? What I'm not actually sure what the implication would be. If you just said yes to it would be better if more people understood, how to not use the unsafe keyword. What's the implication there? Blue. My point is that your point is moot. Complicated code has to be written in unsafe. I think you guys in chat are like ahead. I'm trying to find common ground with 60 here. You guys are jumping ahead. People might think I'm saying that if only people knew not to use unsafe, there wouldn't be rustsex. Right, but I already took that off the table, yeah? I took it off the table. It might be that might be the case, right? Maybe if more people knew how to not use unsafe, maybe we wouldn't have rustsex, but it wouldn't matter. For the purposes of the question, you might still have rustsex vulnerabilities. Maybe the numbers of different things would be higher or lower, but it wouldn't matter, right? So that's why I took that off the table, so that implication would be removed. It's just knowledge. Yeah, fixing rustsex, yeah. What do you think people are doing with unsafe where they could actually just avoid unsafe? That's not the issue. Yes, Lem, it has occurred to me. I understand. Yeah. I was choosing. Okay. What's the issue? People have reasons for wanting to use the facilities available in unsafe code. Okay. And it's complicated and humans make mistakes. Yes. Can you showcase what you've been working on instead? That code seemed very interesting. Yeah, the last deed, I'll that's a good call out. I'll go back to what I was working on in a bit, in a few minutes or less. Okay, fair. And Rust is very helpful in enabling people to write safe code. Okay. Can you write unsafe code? No, let me be clear. Let me try and be specific. Can you write memory unsafe code in Rust? Can you do that? Not without typing the unsafe keyword. Is the answer yes or no? Yes, with unsafe. So it's yes with a caveat, right? It's yes with a qualifier. Right. If you do, you know you're doing right. So it's yes with a qualifier. So the qualifier being you'd use the unsafe keyword. Right. Correct. So the qualifier is that yes, you can write unsafe code. You just have to use the keyword unsafe, and you have you should, and assuming all safe wrappers are sound, right? You should be fully aware that by literally typing in the words unsafe, you're now entering a potentially unsafe territory. You could write unsafe memory safety code. Or yeah, memory unsafe code. Okay. Here's the problem. You can make that same fundamental argument with anything, because you can say, well, you can write memory safe code in C as long as you do XYZ, and you can write unsafe memory code in C as long as you don't do XYZ. The only difference is that you've replaced XYZ with a keyword. Therefore, Rust is no more memory safe than C. It's just given you an easier way to do it by having you type in a keyword or not type in a keyword, and that gives you a delineation point between you're in safe mode or unsafe mode. But that same argument fundamentally is true of C, C++, PHP, whatever it is. There is a delineation point as well. And once you've crossed that delineation point, it's just not wrapped around the unsafe keyword. Then you can enter memory safe or a non-memory safe land. It's technically true, but laughable. Okay, 6D, I've tried. I'm going back to my code because this is a beyond ridiculous thing. It's laughable is not an argument. The delineation in C is like, don't use pointers at all, which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing it. It's not that laughable. I have 25 years of experience as a high school dropout. How's that for authority? And I'm not using any pointers in my C code. It's just flat arrays, and it's quite memory safe. It's not as hard as you Rustaceans make it out to be. And just simply hiding behind the word unsafe as if it's some kind of magical word that gives you magical powers that you can't accomplish in other languages is a bullshit argument. And if you come back to me with it's laughable, that's not an argument. That's just a way for you to just, it's just a state, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't matter. I don't care how laughable you think it is. All you've done is taken a delineation point that it can't exist in any other language and just provided a keyword that just defines it for you. Just because something is harder to get into or easier to get into or not doesn't mean that Rust is better or worse than any other language. As a matter of fact, by that definition, Rust is no better than C, and C is no better than Rust. It's just a different paradigm of approaching a problem that a lot of people rightfully complain about. So, yeah, I take issue with the marketing of Rust when it says it's memory safe, especially when people like you come on and go, oh, but what about Cedo? Why don't you compare it to Cedo? Yeah, I am comparing it to C. But the problem is it's an internal critique. I'm internally critiquing Rust for its claims. And its claims, even when expanded out to other languages, are not any better. All it's done is taken a different approach to the problem. That's it. So Rust coming in and saying I'm memory safe, then C, by definition, can make the exact same arguments. Yeah, that's great. You can find it as funny as you like. It doesn't matter. I've already destroyed all your arguments. You couldn't answer a single question. It took like 30 minutes to answer a single question. You thought I didn't understand what the word unsafe meant or didn't mean. You can't deny the fact that people do, in fact, pull in crates for Rust, which are external packages, which, by the way, are written in Rust, and they pull them in order to accomplish things, and you have no idea what's in them. Just like any other language, there is nothing special about Rust that makes it superior in terms of memory safety in that respect. It's basically just NPM all over again. You have no idea what you're pulling in. All of these arguments are weak and stupid. And I think maybe you need to spend another 25 years of experience. Back to my code. So what am I doing? Okay, so I'm writing a server in Bun that I'm going to be writing on a server that I'm going to be running on a server. And what it does is it literally takes the WebAssembly file that everybody is going to be running. Let me get this Rust shit off my browser. Disgusting putrid shit. Let me just get it out of here. Absolute disgusting horse shit. It's not even horse shit. It's not even worth horse shit. It's worth donkey shit. Okay, I'm just kidding. And so what it'll do is it'll take the WebAssembly code that's running on the client that people are going to be able to run like in a local mode. And it takes the single player portion of like the single player aspects of the C code, and it'll just manually execute the functions inside of it. and um, and it'll run it in headless mode. That's essentially what it's doing. It's just running the WebAssembly without a browser. So it'll instantiate like a version, or like a state of the game inside of the server that's not on a browser, and it becomes the authority, and then it's going to push data out to the clients, which also run the exact same WebAssembly code, and it'll just feed out data into it. So let me go back to here. Hey 60, I did win the argument because I actually answered a bunch of questions, unlike you, and I wasn't bad faith, and I didn't strawman anything. So yeah, I did win the argument. I did make arguments. You didn't make any, except for any argument that any other language could make. What's up, Frackery? Yeah, I do say so. Yeah, that's right. I do. If you don't like it, you can get your own stream and complain about how people like us, don't understand how great Rust is, and you can show us your 25 years of experience. So I have to determine what data I need to extract out of my WebAssembly file on the server, and ship out to the clients, because depending on the state of the game, I'm going to need a different set of data to ship out, and the clients will have to read that data in, and it gets a little bit tricky. And that's kind of what I've been pseudocoding, because the state of a battle, for example, with multiple players executing actions in that battle, is it gets weird, because essentially what's happening, if you think about it, is everybody runs a local version of a single player game, and then other players are like off of the central server, like they're pushing choices up to the central server, and then the central server validates the choice and then ships it back down to all the clients. So it gets a little hairy, and I'm trying to figure out the data structures that I need for it. But the cool part of it is that the WebAssembly code is like the WebAssembly file is the same file that runs on clients. So there's a level of consistency here that's kind of cool. Heck, are you guys still talking about Russ? Yeah, thanks for his Ryan. Have a good night, man. You should be asleep. I'm doing well, Frack. Good to see you. The Rust station will always be a war because I'm sure everyone who does system level programming for a reasonable amount of time and chooses not to use Rust knows that Rust is supposed to help with, and decide they don't like the restrictions applied. Sure, they may open themselves up to accidentally hitting memory unsafe things more often than in Rust, but that's their choice to make. Now, it is their choice, and I think memory safety is not. It's definitely difficult in other languages, for sure. There's no doubt, but the idea that Rust will save you from that is not true. So why not put the effort into languages that have existed for much longer? Because it's essentially the same argument. Yeah, people don't understand the purpose of Rust. And maybe not. Yeah, Adoraz, maybe not. Temporis did a language reveal with that non. Yeah, he did. He did do a language reveal. Temporis, French, perhaps. Oui. So, we're all moving to Zig. We're not moving to Zig. We're not all moving to Zig. Not French, just a habit. No language reveal. Okay, so I've kind of pseudo-coded out the steps here. And just a French habit. But if I go stand on my southern border on a clear day, you can see France across the sea. Ah, nice. Nice. Man, if only you could replace people's message with a bot and Rust becomes C. Every language becomes hated when it becomes popular. It's just the nature of this world. I don't. Yeah, whatever. I don't want to keep talking about this. It's fine. Rust is what it is, and if people find good uses for it, that's great. It's not what it's made out to be. But I mean, again, to throw that argument right back at me, I could say that about a lot of other languages beyond Rust as well. But I'm not talking about other languages beyond Rust. I'm talking about Rust in a vacuum. Okay. Okay, I remember where we were now. So we agreed that in some cases, when we send the state of the game to the clients, they are going to be out of sync for a moment. Their local is going to do some weird things, and then they're going to receive an updated game state, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a magical restructuring of the game to match the state of the server. And we as in I have agreed that that's just the way it's going to be for now. So you're going to see some weird artifacts of the game until I clean this up. But I think I have pseudo coded out at least the beginning actions that I want to see in the game, which probably means that I could run a server, a local server, and give this a shot. Okay, so I generate a key. I go over to the game. I pass in. It'll be like a key of some kind, whatever it is, in the query parameters. And you guys are now doing. To be fair, outside of the Rust community, Rust gets hate because a lot of the community act like preachers for Rust. We just saw it with 6D, and I like and use Rust, and that part of the community makes me cringe. Yeah, and that's the thing is that's Temporis here exactly right, and that's actually my biggest gripe. That's the first thing that I noticed about Rust. Before it was like when it was a newer language and any of the memory safe stuff was really like had played out for any amount of time. It was the community that made me stay away from it, because I've seen communities like that before for other languages, and and libraries and frameworks that have come and gone. And when the community is like that, and decisions in an entire community get made by the community, and then it just becomes a cult. That's what Rust is. It's a cult. And what 6D was experiencing with 25 years of software development experience is brainwashed preconditioning to defend Rust at all costs. And that's why he couldn't answer any questions. That's why he strawmanned my arguments, and he wasn't being good faith about any of it. Even when I was trying to find common ground with him and exclude any implications that he felt would be included as part of answering the question, he still couldn't answer the question, because he was always thinking about, he was waiting. This is what happens to cult members. They are afraid to answer direct questions because they are waiting for that pin to drop, when the answer to the question is going to lead them to an area that they know they're not going to like answering. And that's the real problem. So even if Rust was the most memory safe language, like 100% of the time, it actually wouldn't matter. The community will make it implode, and it might take days, months, it will probably take years, honestly, but it will happen. Okay. Um, hang on. I think are there ads on Twitch? Yeah, there are ads on Twitch. Crap. Okay, I'll let the ads play out on the Twitch side. And let me go over here and make sure that I get notified next time so that I don't get into like a big thing while ads are playing. Okay. All right, I'm good. I'm going to keep going. Okay, well, while the ads are playing, I'm just going to do a few smaller items. I'm going to try and save some of like the bigger infrastructure stuff. Going to get a coffee. Thanks, Temporus. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Temporus. Appreciate it, man. Okay, so my concern right now is what happens when we initiate the game for a user. A user will get a key out of my Discord. They'll get a link. They are added to the list of players. Their key is deleted. Oh, we don't want to delete the key, do we? Because we need to check we need to check that a key is valid. Yeah, so we'll have to, okay, we don't want to do not delete key from DB because we constantly need to check validity of key. So we want to keep the key in there. We'll do that. So I guess we'll have to put a to do move to end of battle. Probably move to end of battle. Okay. So we'll do that. We'll do a countdown. And then, okay. So I think I have the first thing that I'm going to work on. Yeah, Daraz, I know, right? Leave me be. I don't want to deal with people. The first thing I want to do is determine whether this thing even runs. Do I have bun installed here? I do. If I go bun install, I hate that I did this. This is disgusting. But I'll write it in C. I'll write the server in C, and I'll replace this. This is kind of gross, but whatever. It's a quick way to. I'm gonna go with it. Okay, temporarily going with this. So I want to get. I don't want LockDB, and I don't want how is it, node modules, I think. Oh no, LockB. Okay. Git ignore update plus notes plus bun server. Now, can I just run bun server? Debug ran undefined. Okay. Debug ran is actually from the WebAssembly file. So it worked straight out the gate. Exports are ready. Debug ran. Initialize game. Yeah. All right. So that's it. Damn, that was freaking hell. I thought there was going to be an issue. Um, so in that case, do I have a SQLite DB file here? What's the name of my DB file? Game.db. Is it in here? Are you in here? No, it doesn't look like you're in here. Where are you? Oh, you are in here. How come I don't see you in here? Maybe Sublime doesn't show it. That might be why. Okay, so what happens if I run you again? Okay, you're good to go. Oh, yeah. All right. Then what I should be able to do, port 333. So if I do a post to generate the key, then I could, okay, I could fake this out right here before I do the Discord bot. So yeah, what'll happen is you guys will be able to play via Discord. So I have a Discord bot that I just haven't applied it yet because I'm going to test it out right now. But you'll be able to join the Discord. You'll get a special role, and well, somebody will have to give you the role. So gate kept, and and then you just put in a command, and you'll get a key. The key is actually just a URL to the game, and so that's kind of what I'm testing out now. So this is the first portion. Hang on. Talking on the concept of communities, I also hate saying because you're a user of language, you're a part of the language community. Like, all people who use the language have more in common than the language choice. They do, yeah. I have zero arguments with what you just said, Temporis. 100%. I agree. Totally 100%. So I would have to create a fetch. So if I do fetch, what would it be? Yeah, localhost 333, 3333, generate key. And then I have to do the body, and then I have to do I have to do response, I believe. Crap, how do I do this again? I don't remember. I think it's this. If response okay, then return response JSON, I believe. I think it's like this. And then a catch. Something along these lines. JSON. I too just want to generate machine code in peace. And then I need to ship a body method post and headers. How is headers done? I think it's just this content type application JSON, and that's not what I wanted to do. And then body, it'd be username. Let's just go Spiro. Okay. Localhost is not supported because I'm running on file. Damn it. So what if I take this and I go localhost 3333, not found. And now that I'm here, will I bypass the... No? No, wait, I got an internal server error. There we go. Failed to parse JSON. Okay, sweet. Yeah, because we didn't stringify it. So I wonder if I do HTTP like this, does that work? CORS policy. So I have to do it. I have to do it here. That sucks. That sucks. But we have to stringify this guy. Okay, what happened? Failed. Okay, generate key failed. URL path generate key. Right side of assignment cannot be destructured. UUID4.parse is not a function. Haha, that's what I thought. That's what's. So could we go v4 parse? What's the UUID? How do you get parses UUID parse? Can we do this? No. Can we do this? Yes. What now? Oh yeah, I have to actually update the code. I too can be stupid. Will be parse. Can't find variable parse. Yeah, because it's here. Oh, I am calling it the wrong damn thing. There we go. Sweet. We got a key. We have a key and it came out as it came out as an array, which is what we wanted. So what we could do too is we could go const UID key, or like key string maybe, and then key string, and we could pass back key string key like this. Let's just see what the oh crap here. Let's just see what the output is on that. And yeah, there we go. It's a UUID. Okay, good enough. So I've got my UUID. That means that I technically have a way to pass that key into calls on against the server. Now here's the real issue. The real issue is I need to run index HTML. If I'm having CORS issues, just running the HTML file like this, then I have to run index HTML off of here. Okay, so why don't we do this? If URL path name is equal to just slash, then we'll go else if, then we'll read file index HTML, and we will return new response, which will just be the index file. And just to be on the safe side, we'll make sure that the content type is text HTML. That way there's like very little room for ambiguity. Okay. So is it doing anything? No, no. Maybe I should log out what the URL path name is. Maybe I have a bad path name. Oh. Oh, it's downloading the file. I see. So the response then message, success and message. So let me just see what the response would be. Node response. What package is this part of? I think it's HTTP, right? Let's go see. Server, URL request, response, serve. Yeah, okay. So bun serve response. Serve a file by buffering it in memory. Oh, could I just do this then? I'm glad I looked at the docs. That's probably easier. Can I just do this? No, it does a download again. Yeah. It's weird because I'm pretty sure I am doing this correctly. Text HTML. Yeah. All right. Let's do something to, let's make it like really specific. We'll go. Nope. Oh, that's static, isn't it? That's probably why. Okay, but that's fine though, actually. Yeah. Why don't we do a static and then we'll do the fetch after? Let's go static. That is actually okay. It's going to be just the path. Okay. Unexpected. Yeah, probably because I want this. There we go. Okay. Now we've got it serving the page, which means now we can make we can kind of pretend like we're doing a sup laugh. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, laugh. Good morning. I just woke up. Yeah, nice. One sec. Let me check this. Okay. Okay. I don't need to worry about that. Sorry. I had to check the notification. I'm good. Okay, so now what I could do is I can make key validation requests, or I can make requests with key validation against the server, because now it's just localhost. Okay, it's all running. Crap. Yeah. Camera can be moved around. Yep. All right, so I got to disable certain features from multiplayer. And I don't have to do that right now, though. What I should be able to do now is make a request to generate a key. Then let's pretend that I want to validate the key. I should do a subsequent key validation, and I need key and username. And the return would also be key and username. And the key would have to be the binary or the blob, which is exactly what it would be. So let me run a test. If I go, so I would go like that, I generate the key, my username is Spiro, I would get a key. Sweet. Okay, then store as a global variable, temp1, perfect. Then I would do the exact same request, except I would go validate key, and my key would be temp1. Oh crap, I don't think that's going to work. I think it has to be the key string. This won't work. Invalid key or username mismatch. So what I have to do is key string. And then I have to go key is equal to UUID parse key string. And then do it. So let's do it again. Generate the key string. Sure, I don't know. Set it as a global variable, whatever. And then validate the key. Oh, needs to be string. Success is true, but the message is not true. What? Okay. Can I... Oh, let's console log out the key string. And we'll make sure that the key string is being passed. It should be able to check it. It should. Hey, Prof. Chud. Using much generative AI? No, I'm using no AI. AI is brain rot. It's not good for your brain. Stop using AI. I'm gonna do this. Okay, I've got an idea. Instead of generating a new key every time, how about I copy the key and then I just reuse the same key until I get what I need, and it will be like this. How you doing, by the way, Prof? Okay, yeah. So we are indeed passing the key. That's all good. It looks good. How does key look? Okay, that also looks correct. So why is I'm probably just not using these things correctly. That's all. Uh, okay, so yeah, there's a get value, yeah, as column names, finalize. Okay. So something about this get is not running correctly. Pretty good. Tomorrow's the start of the Chiplets conference. AI ML tools are changing the face of circuit design, which is essentially programming. They're changing circuit. That's a gravely concerning statement you just made. Can you explain how that works? How are they changing? How is AI ML changing circuit design? I'm I'm legitimately concerned. Hang on, I'm just looking it up. Oh no. Circuits are written in languages like VHDL. Okay, yeah. Generative and introspective AI ML is now being used to increase the efficiency of EDA tools that engineers use to write circuits. I really. The circuits are on the complexity level of something like Linux or GCC. Basically, Copilot for hardware definition languages. So the so yeah, so it's essentially like another tool that like helps you write code, more or less. It's kind of what Adaraz is saying, right? I'm simplifying quite a bit. Helps you to write the code that will run inside the circuits. Huh. I don't know how to feel about that. Correct, but adding things like optimizing the size of capacitors used to limit interference. So I guess the AI would do things like, okay, so I'm going to try and like steel man the argument, right? So the AI would do things like have contextual awareness of what the what the circuitry is doing, and therefore it's going to help you to it's going to help you to write better or more appropriate code that executes on those circuits. Oh, there we go. That worked. Okay, so I was just using it wrong. So I wonder if I can go back to this. And then this, and then generate a key. And then validate. And the validation would be temp1 key string, and key would be temp1 key. Yeah, that's not going to work because it's going to stringify it. So it has to be key string. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. All right. All good. All good. All good. That key's already been declared. Of course it has. Okay, so I'll go here. Oh yeah, okay, we've already proven that works. Okay, that's fine. I mean, AI does have its uses in analysis and things like this, like the whole thing with protein unfolding. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, if like AI has a benefit there with determining, like, kind of looking at circuitry. Like, I'm trying to steel man it, right? I'm trying to, because I don't like AI. I think it's, well, at the very least, it's overhyped. But there are definitely areas where AI is pretty proficient. Maybe understanding a circuit design and coming up with suggestions on the recommended compositions and whatnot might be, maybe it's not so bad. I have to think about that. Either way, it's like a cool thing to be going to. But prof, just from my local, like from my game, I don't like using it. I think if you're using it to learn programming and stuff, or to help you get by, it's better for your learning and for being a good programmer if you go do the thing rather than let AI tell you how to do the thing. Using chess engines. I don't know. I don't think I agree, prof. Respectfully, I don't think I agree with that. Yeah, so they try to optimize things by using neural networks and modern hardware. Like frame generation games is going to be useful, but it's not intelligent by no means. It's not just, yeah. Go to chat Geppetto and ask it, show me an example of using the XXX mechanism to implement YYY. Yeah, but I think that comes with a lot of downfalls. If you're using it for, if you're using it to learn stuff, that's where I think the problem is. It's the learning aspect. If you know the domain that you're asking it about very well, then it probably has good use cases. Because at the very least, you can verify it. But if you're using it to learn, you have no idea where the information came from. You don't know what like the data set a lot of times, things like this. It's hard for you to confirm whether there's an error or not. I don't think it's actually good for learning. But if you have like a chess master who uses a chess engine to get better, they can confirm whether the chess engine more or less is like actually smarter than them or not. Whereas somebody who's learning chess using a chess engine um, will not be able to have that same confirmation. Would they though? You know, now that I think about it, I don't think chess is even a good analogy because chess is a very limited, finite set of rules, whereas a lot of the things that people ask AI stuff about is not so limited. There aren't only so many moves on the chessboard, so to speak. So maybe even chess isn't a good analogy. Most chess masters know the chess engines can beat them every time. Grandmasters might disagree. Yeah, I don't know if it's about beating you, right? It's more like can you see I think maybe there's a little bit of a conflation with like you can use AI as an assistant to learn. I don't I think if you're learning and especially if you're new, avoid AI. Um if you're like a chess master or a grandmaster, then you can confirm whether the AI is giving you good or bad advice. And then it would probably be okay. Chess is about memorization. Yeah, and I don't I think chess maybe is a bad analogy to AI because when you ask AI about stuff, it's it's not a limited set of moves, right? An AI can turn a chess master into a chess grandmaster. Yes, prof. Yeah. So how about this then? The delineation point would be you have to at least be good enough to confirm whether the AI is telling you something that is truthful. And if you're just learning out, if you're just starting out learning, you cannot make that confirmation. But a chess master could do it because a chess master can go, oh, hey, that is actually a good idea. I know because I know the rules of the game very, very well. And so then I can move myself up to thinking in a different way. Can turn a programming sophomore into a programming master. No, I don't think that's true. I disagree. I respectfully disagree, Prof. Yeah, well, AI teach my wife to cook. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think AI can do that. So the problem with that is that the AI will give you the answers to the questions you ask, which means that if you don't know the right questions to ask, you're going to miss out on a lot. Cooking example is excellent. Yeah. Like if you ask AI, how do I do a thing in X? It will tell you do it this way, and then then you can come to understand like something, but that doesn't make you a master because you have asked the questions that got you to a particular goal, right? You'd have to go and check your references, like how did you come up to with this conclusion, what is the like what's going on underneath, things like this. At that point you're doing your own research. You're just using AI to help you do the exact same thing you would probably normally do, which is like, how does this work, right? Like it's the mastery isn't like no is the mastery isn't doing the thing, it's knowing how, like knowing why you're doing the thing and how you're doing the thing. Okay, key validated. Okay, so I can do a countdown timer, and then here I can do this. Um, AI is a relatively good search engine. It can be, yeah. Yeah, LLMs, yeah, it can be. Sometimes, yeah. Well, especially against Google. Jeez, Google's gone downhill. Um, I don't really use Google that much, actually. I do tend to ask like Perplexity. I'll ask that before I ask Google usually. But I usually do it to do like searches, not to give me an answer. It's like, can you find me like articles or websites on a specific topic or something, and then I'll go look those up. I don't ask it to tell me what a thing is. Difference is mastery is the difference between taking business calculus and taking engineering math calculus. Yeah, I'm not sure that AI gets you to that point. Okay, I'm going to generate another key. Key string. Cross perplexity. What is the definition of a limit? Let's see if it gets you there. What is the definition of a limit? Hang on, because I just don't want to forget where I am. Yeah, see a search engine. If I do that, then I have to go over here. I'd have to do key string. Key string. Change all of these to string. And I'd have to go is multiplayer key string, and I'd have to pass in also username. Might as well do that. Sound about right? It does. Then I go send to host. Send to host does action. You'd go action.keystring is equal to multiplayer keystring. Action.username is equal to, so you're just appending the username to it. Then you do like a fetch. So we could essentially copy this fetch. Validate key. Actually just do action. Just JSON stringify the action. Like this. And where's my... Okay, be like that. And I'm gonna have to go is multiplayer equals true, and key string equals this thing, and username equals, okay. Okay, I'll load it up, and then I would go multiplayer, oops, send to host, I don't know, test true. Yep, that worked. Okay, seems like it's working. No syntax highlighting, painful way to write code, makes me realize how handicapped how colorblind people are. Yeah, it breaks my brain. Syntax highlighting breaks my brain. Yeah, what Adaraz is saying. My eyes focus too much on the colors, and like that's all I can see. I just see colors, so I can't actually like read the code. The code just gets blurred in with the colors, so it's just my brain. So I have to turn it off. super confusing for my brain. I just need to be able to read the words. That's it. Just leave me alone. I just want to read the words. But it's not like I get why other people need to have the colors. I totally get it. It completely makes sense to me. It's just my brain can't do it. All right. I have keystring here. Yeah, waiting for host. The question is, how come? How come this isn't working? It'd be username. Username. Oh, is it not? Do we not have values? Oh, we don't. Why is that? Okay, let's go have a look at the multiplayer object. Did we do something stupid? No, we didn't. Oh, because it's static on the server. We have to restart the entire server. That's why. We can't do hot reload. Okay. Object start polling. Okay. Got it. Now if I look at this, there we go. And there it is. Okay, perfect. I might want to do hot reloading, but on prod I might want to do static. I don't know how I want to deal with this. I guess for now static is fine. I'll just write a note. Cannot hot reload. HTML is staticized. I met someone who used ED instead of VI just to show he could. Made him less efficient, but he was only a sysadmin, so it wasn't too bad. That was in the late 1990s. I guess if you're going to make a point, that's one way to do it. So will you name one of the bad characters in your game after me? If you want me to, I'll name a bad character after you. Here, I'll do bad characters. I'll put a special spot. There. And then maybe I'll to do actually use this NPC, and then I'll put in another to do and make this NPC say things like, I love AI. It's my personal Jesus. It's my personal Jesus Christ. Save me AI. Things like, what's another one we could say? Like, AI will cure cancer. AI will make you a master mathematician in 2 weeks or less. AI will eliminate the need for humans to exist might as well 404 you right now. And then pulls blade. Uh, AI will um, solve all. No, AI will put an end to all wars. It might as well 404 you right now. And then pulls nuke. There we go. Thanks, I've decided to let my Twitch persona be an help. There you go. AI will cure your EDA. I will make your wife come back. AI will solve all our problems by eliminating all life on planet. Right. And so yeah. AI will solve all problems by eliminating all life on the planet. Pushes we'll call it the pushes the fire entire nuke arsenal button. There you go, Prof. How you feeling about that, Prof? Someone banned me for talking about Elizabeth Warren during the presidential debates. I did not realize that it mattered. The imbalanced interface that Twitch has causes lots of communications issues. It's an interesting problem. AI will make your father come back from the store. No, not even AI can do that, Adaraz. Look at you. Look at yourself in the mirror and then just admit that your father's not coming back. I mean, I don't know. I guess you talk about politics at your own risk, I suppose, Prof. I mean, it's politics is touchy. So I'm not sure. Like, unless you're clearly like, you kind of have to be very, very clear about what you're saying with politics. Otherwise, and even then, even then, how is that a lack of problem with the Twitch UI? I'm not sure how. Yeah. The imbalanced interface. I'm not. Maybe he means like interfaces in like the communication. I don't know. When you make statements in separate Twitch tweets, someone can ban you halfway through a complex discussion. Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. I see. Because there's a character limit on the messages you can send. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I can't believe Prof. Warren said something like that. Oh yeah, okay, and then right. Comp, whatever. No, you can't be banned, Adaraz. You're unbannable. You're a VIP. You're confused now? Yeah, I know. I know you're confused. How's the game coming along? Pretty good. We've got all the big mechanics done in C with WebAssembly. So we're in a good spot. So now I'm just seeing how quickly I can seeing how quickly I can get to a little like a tiny bit of multiplayer. Oh damn, Adaraz is a suspicious user. Yeah, you got to reboot your router, Adaraz. So it's a good place to be because it means that I can take the WebAssembly that runs the single player game, run it on a server, and then make that the authoritative multiplayer server and pass it on down to other people who are also playing the single player game. But it toggles like this multiplayer mode where their state is updated by the server state. So it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm just trying to see if I can like how quickly I can whip up some simple move things around and fire at each other and then build from there. Okay, I've got a multiplayer. Yeah. The key access is granted. So at this point, when access is granted, then I can go has valid key. I would like to not have that success come back as true when it clearly is not true. That would be, yeah. Okay. If JSON.success is equal to true, has, damn, has valid key. Has valid key. Okay, now we get into weird territory. Time to learn how to use Lichess, yeah. Okay, we should consider this a validation function. We're going to call this validate key. We're going to pass the username and the key string. We're going to get it validated. If it's validated, then we have a valid key. And at this point, once we have a valid key, we're going to start the polling. The polling is going to get the state of the game based on the server. So we should probably do a start polling mechanism, and we can fake out kind of like an initialization thing. A subsequent message can help people understand what a sentence means. Now Prof is just going to spend the rest of the night proving his point. He's just going to send me like 7,000 disparate messages that are all tied in, and not even one after another. He'll just send them at like different points throughout the night and intersperse different topics just to like prove the point. That's going to be the rest of Prof Chud's night on stream. I should do something like I should store polling timeout. And so I'm going to set multiplayer timeout. That way I can clear this timeout. I can go. Wait, can I clear the timeout? JavaScript clear timeout. Yeah, timeout ID. Perfect. I can. This way I can do clear timeout. Multiplayer dot polling timeout. Oh, wait, what build system are you using on my game? It's Clang. I compile with Clang. The thing is, I need to embed the WebAssembly and the artwork into the HTML file as base64 encoded strings. So I use a Python script as a quick and dirty way to read the files and embed them into the HTML file. So as part of my build process, I do that embed after I compile the not up here. This is actually, this doesn't even, I shouldn't even have this header stuff up here. I'm not using it anymore. So I compile the WebAssembly and then I do my embed, and that's my build system. So all the HTML here, I have to build in order to get the embedded stuff into it. Look into that. Yeah, but I don't want to use Python. I want to do everything in C. I'm just using Python as a temporary, like, quick way to get through this. Ooh, XXD piped into AWK. Yeah, that was fun. Not. That was not fun to figure out, but we did figure it out. I'm not using it. Because I don't think I need this anymore. Oh, you know what though? I still might want to take it and put embedded stuff. Oh, okay, I'm going to keep this here for now. That's probably why I've kept it for so long. So my polling timeout would be this. Get game state. And we're going to console log out the JSON. And then what we should do is just set a flag so we can debounce it. Is polling. We'll go dot is polling true. When we get a response, set it to false. No, wait, over here. Actually, yeah, no, that's adequate. We'll do that. And we'll do it here too, just to be safe. And we'll go it's false. Only if it's false. This is kind of awkward, but we'll just give it a shot. Start polling happens there. I guess we could just go multiplayer.start polling over here. Are we calling start polling anywhere else? We are. And instead of start polling, it should be validate key. Okay, let's see what happens. Heh, of course. That would betray the that would betray the project goal. I raw dogged the Python, and I'm gonna remove the Python and do it with C. I want to do it all in C. Even the server, even the HTTP server, because it's just polling. It's not a WebSocket because I don't need like real-time bidirectional communication. It's term-based. I don't have to go that crazy. I'm just gonna I'm gonna move everything over to C. Zier on YouTube, you're still here, buddy? Good job, man. Have you heard about Datastar? I have, yeah. I'm trying it out to get a better opinion about it and have a decent comparison to HTMX since it's the only hypermedia-oriented library I've had experience with. Yeah, I've heard about Datastar. I've looked it up. I've read a little bit about it. It has a lot of um, it has a lot of promise because essentially it is just like a HTMX expanded. So it's a very nice way to use HTMX, um, kind of like an HTMX style system, keep things simple, where things are driven by the server and you're responding, like it returns HTML and then you swap things in with it. So it's like HTMX, but like a bit super powered. And I think it has a lot of promise. The only thing that I would be weary of, it's in beta. So maybe for like bigger projects or production level, I might avoid it for just a little while. But I like the concept of it because um, it goes back to the way that like exactly what HTMX is doing, right? It's like a very light wrapper over top to do things the way that the web was intended to do them. And it just gives you an easier, like a modicum of easiness to reactive front end. The thing is that you technically you don't even really need this. Um, it's you can do everything without this, and that is, I think, really the point of something like HTMX. It's to kind of show you that you don't even need HTMX. But for what it does, I like it so far. It's actually it's crazy because it's even smaller than HTMX and Alpine combined. It's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely worth looking into, and definitely in line with the way the way that the web was kind of like intended to run. You had a meeting, no problem, man. For long-term projects, I don't touch anything that is not in beta. However, discussing them is great. Yeah, I would avoid it for now for big stuff. Yeah. So what's the problem? 585? Oh, I see. Okay. Huh. It validated the key. It went and got game state. Damn. And does it work every 5 seconds? Come on. Maybe it doesn't work if it errors out. Where is it? Game state. Here. No. Okay, maybe I have to put it in here. I'm gonna write my own build system. Hopefully Adaraz, if I do this right, I won't need my own build system. All I'll need to do is execute a C file and just clang it, execute a C file, and that's it. Just straight up clang. I don't want to have a build system. That's the ideal goal. And I definitely don't want to be making my own. And my build system is just right now it's just a shell file that runs clang ultimately. So yeah. Zier on YouTube says, good to hear your opinion. I can definitely tell the differing intentions of both libraries. I hope more people wake up to embracing hypermedia more. Me too. Yeah. It's better to stick to the core things. They've come a long way. And a lot of the complaints that people probably could rightfully make about the way hypermedia was in the past are a lot of them aren't true anymore. You can do a lot with core hypermedia. So um, I hope more people do that, because I think we've gone off the deep end with our JavaScript libraries and frameworks, which try and abstract away every little thing. What's up, Simbleed? Good to see you. I believe until the code base is under 5K, and just using one language, Makefile and Bash works for more large projects. I prefer Bazel or Meson. Fair. Um, I'm really gonna push that to its limits, though. I'm really gonna push it. Like, I don't want to make file. I don't want to build system, period, at all. I want all vanilla C. I want it to run the server. I want it to do the embedding of, I think I can do that in C pretty easily. You just execute a C file as like a, you could compile it as like a .exe or whatever. It's pretty straightforward. At base64 encode and dump it into the HTML file. I don't know. I haven't fully decided all the different aspects, but I'm really gonna push hard. Makefile is just another way of pretty bash, easy if other people are collaborating. I hate how complicated Makefile is. It's a I want to say overly complex. I think probably the things it does are justified. Probably. Like there's definitely a few things that are just like, I understand why Makefile became what it became. I mean, CMake made it. Yeah. Um, I hate reading make files, and to counter argue, if you can just run Clang and compile like 2C files, I don't see how a make file makes it easier than that to collaborate. I'm not sure if that's true. I'm not sure how a make file would make it easier to just run Clang on 2C files. If I can do that. I don't see why I would need Makefile if you can just clang 2C files and away you go. 3 for me to run the server, but for people collaborating, it'd be 2 at most. Phony. The point of make is that it doesn't recompile files that haven't changed. I have 1 C file, maybe 2 at the end of the day. Right? Yes, in your instance makes no difference, but other projects it does. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. If you have a bunch of C files and header files and different like directory structures and things like that, sure. Then maybe you want to use them. Yeah, then the make file makes sense. I still find it annoying to read. If you have 1,000 C files, you don't want to recompile every time. Yeah, okay, yes. I see the benefit. I do. Because it's supposed to circumvent. I get it. No, because the compiler is slow as a shite. Yeah. I professionally use Bazel and love it. Have a bunch of code in kernel and user space with Go. I've heard other people use Bazel and have liked it too. Yeah, I've heard the same. But I honestly I haven't used it, so I don't know anything about it. I think for a larger multi-file project, I'd probably just pick Meson. Yeah, Meson. Nicer to read, nicer than CMake. Yeah, CMake's justifications. People use Visual Studio. They need to project files. We don't want to hear them complain. Meson build. If you don't know it, oh, check it out. Building an SDL2. Okay. Create it. Yeah. The build looks like project. Executable. You set up. Compile. And then you're going to do SDL. And then you're going to compile it again. Subprojects. Install the SDL2 dependency. So then you go default options with a static. Your dependency is SDL2. You take your proxy, your Windows subsystem, your dependency. You're going to need to include the SDL2 so you can modify the build so you can include the SDL2 main. You include it as an array of dependencies. Then you run compile again. And then away you go. That doesn't look so bad. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. This is far more readable to me, far more less brain breaking than Makefile. I'll look into this. I might end up using this. I don't know. Sound just look. It does look nice. Yeah. Again, like for the principles of the project that I'm working on, I'm trying not to. Like I'm trying not to add any external dependency and keep everything as self-contained as possible. So I'm trying to do that. And I think for what I'm going to end up doing, which is like 2 C files, it's fine. But this doesn't seem, it definitely doesn't seem as bad as Makefiles to me. Dependency provider is the bit that worries me. Yeah, I mean, you could, like, is this like NPM again? Like, are we just NPM installing whatever we want? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that's the case, though, because I guess it's kind of the case. We can install the dependency. Installed SDL. I guess. Okay, you guys keep talking about it. I'm gonna keep working on the game. Too many distractions. Get game says, okay, it's not working because it's not done that. Build it. Let me just. Okay. Does it run again? It doesn't. Once it hits 404, 556, 534. Cannot read properties of undefined reading success, 550. Okay. This would be, maybe it's because of this. I want to see that the polling works before I move forward. That's what I'm trying to. Hey, Hut. How's it going? Good to see you, man. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. You gonna run again? Are you gonna run again? No, his polling is false. Oh, yeah, I need to do set interval. That's why. Yeah, very good to see you. I'm doing all right. Good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad you're doing well. Good to have you back here. It has been a while. Clear interval. Let's see what happens. Okay, and then 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, we've got polling. Okay. Now we can go over to our server and we can set up a new path. And the new path the time difference. Yeah, the time difference doesn't help. I know. It's been a while since the last time I could stream this late. Actually, I'm going to put it at the bottom. It's going to be get game state. Oh, damn. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours already. It's late. It's like 1 in the morning for me. Is that a whole router with if else statements? Not yet. But it's getting there. We're working on it. We'll get it there. Sup, Tiki Tack? Good to see you, man, on YouTube there. 3 hours and only 1 like. Yeah. YouTube is not a hot spot for me. So the game state would just return new response JSON string file, at least for streaming. Right up. Oh, I gotta do header. Kind of like this. Are you happy now? No? Why are you not happy? Expect. Oh, I'm missing a freaking comma. Oh, it's probably where linter or something would come in useful, but whatever. Who cares? Get game state. Okay. When I do get game state, am I passing in my key? I sure am. And I have to check for the validity of the key. Might as well just do this. And just more if else branching. There's green in the file list. That's just Git. Yeah, I know. I have node modules. Yep, it is a big red flag. It's true. It's a huge red flag. To be fair, I'm going to replace this with a C server, with a C HTTP server that will run the C code that runs the game. But for now, to prove the concept of the multiplayer before I go through all that trouble, this is an easy way to get it out the door and just see if this multiplayer thing will work the way I want it to. And then I'll just replace this file. Okay, all right. Jeez, man. Freaking hell. Everybody's on my ass tonight. What the hell? Zir says, I guess I would feel that way. Sometimes I get an idea and enjoy trying to explore and implement it, but client projects don't feel engaging as much. Yeah, client projects can suck the joy out of what you're doing for sure. When you have to work for someone else, it's good if you have your own thing that you can kind of plug away at, and you can get that sense of satisfaction that sometimes you can't get from working for someone else, doing the work for someone else. So it can be fun to do this. It can also be a good way to to change gears, yeah, and then go back to your work and have a different perspective on like the work that you're doing. So it is good to have a side piece. Know what I'm saying? Always good to have that side piece. Right? Here. Main pain point for client projects is that they're having boilerplate and you solve the same problems over and over again. Solution, use AI for the dumb stuff. Yeah, that might be one solution. Yeah. Prof Chud would agree with you. I miss my HTMX side piece. Yeah. Okay, it looks like that's working. Sweet. So we do key validation, and that is essentially all our roots. That's it. Those are the roots we have. And when we do game state, yeah, except maybe one other root, which would be, what would it be? We'd want a root where you could player action probably. Yeah. Okay, so one more if statement, okay? And what happened to HTMX? Nothing happened. Tiki Tac, Sparrow, you want to know the project I'm on right now? I'm a release manager building JSON files all day. The application is C++ with JSON schemas with no database, just a CDN with JSONs. Not a bad setup for efficiency, but for maintenance, it's very niche. You know what? That I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty dope way. Why use a DB if you don't need it? If you can just have CDN JSONs as your DB structure and it's just static JSON files for data. I'm trying to think why that would be bad. If you're doing read-only ops, you update the JSON files. You CDN the JSON files. That's your DB. Sounds a lot like Mongo, except it's staticized. That would be the difference, right? Mongo has like dynamic data. It would just be, yeah. Hey Jay, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Late night stream, yeah, late night stream. I don't know if I have the energy to go for much longer. I'll try. Um, Demoted. Oh, did I demote you? Oh yeah, I did a mod purge. Yeah, I'm not complaining, but it requires someone to understand the structures to update it. Yeah, I get it. I get it, Tiki. It can be a bit annoying. Structure is definitely some friction to work with on JSON, yeah. Purging my whole audience. Fame can change people. Yeah, it can. It can change people. Here, Jay. There you go. You're back, Jay. You're back. The Great Purge of 2025. Yeah. Because you remember what I did? I made everyone a mod, like literally everyone, and then, well, let me put it this way: there were wolves among the sheep. There were wolves among the sheep, and I had to purge some of the wolves. Crazy. It's crazy. You're just gonna stay a VIP Adaraz, so I wouldn't worry about it, bro. The meme fake drama. Well, the meme fake drama got you back in. F the system, yeah. F the system. I know. Why is my console freaking out? Oh. I see. It's just one. Okay, got it. All right. So we're getting the game state. So player action would be body. And body would be so it'd be exactly the same thing. Except I guess we could keep this the same for now, or we just return like good job, something like that. The difference here would be the things that we're sending with it. Send to host. What are we looking at? Action, choice ID, action, chosen target. Action, chosen target. Okay, so far that's what we're looking at. So action, choice ID, and chosen. Did I? Oh, I kept the naming convention. Except for keystring. I didn't keep that naming convention, but whatever. We're just going to pretend like I didn't do that. Okay, so what happens now is when multiplayer is turned on, instead of interactions getting sent to the local WebAssembly here, they will get sent to the server. Just like that. Just like that. It's already set up. That means I need to set up the host. So I have to have like a host variable. Because send to host needs to know where to send it to. Well, I guess that's what this is. And this becomes the path I just made up. Player action. Player action. And we're going to send the entire action as a stringified thing. We're going to go this and okay, let's see what happens here. I'm going to refresh. It's going to validate the key, which is going to come back true. Then it's going to get a game state, which also comes back true. And there it is. Perfect. it's working. The only thing that I want to do, I probably don't want to do, I don't want to let the polling run while I'm waiting for a player action to happen. So I probably need to clear interval and then start the polling again. So I could do clear interval, multiplayer, what's it called? Polling timeout. And then when I get a successful response or just a response of any kind, then I would do start polling. That way I just don't overlap myself. Let me see. By the way, Sparrow, you set me up last time. I spent hours trying to figure out how to compile Java to WASM. Still have not found a way. Nice. Nice. Well, good luck with that. This year I've realized that I've been coding without highlighting. I wonder how much it improves your ability to identify keyword symbols without it. Zero, the only way to know is to try. That's more of like a I know people don't use an LSP and are more intimate with their code base because of it. Yeah, I don't like using LSPs or autocompletes. It forces me to remember what I write. It's just my brain. I think most people would benefit without having that, to be honest. I think that that's a generalization I would make. But the highlighting, the syntax highlighting the colors, that's more subjective. It depends on you and your brain. You won't really know if it benefits you unless you give it a shot. And if you like it and you find yourself being able to read code better because of it, hey, that's great. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there you go. It's okay to like colors in your code base. It's not the end of the world. Unless you're me, and then it is the end of the world. When you're coding on your own, good, but in a team setup, you did not write the code, so hard to navigate without LSP. My counter argument, Oha, would be that your team should improve their ability to read code. If you're all striving, if your entire team are striving to not use LSP, it's probably because you guys all want to um, program better and to know the code base better. So put in the effort. That would be my counter argument. Your team should want to put in the effort to do that. That's not to say that it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying that more programmers would benefit from not having to rely on LSPs, and you'd probably see an improvement in programmers, whether in teams or not. It's a bit of a hard stance, but okay. I think host player action. Maybe what I want to do is console log the action trace ID chosen target, just so that I can like see what it is. Okay. Yep. Yep. Wait. The payload coming back should be not this. Okay, let's just true. message. Good job. Let's see what this does. If I do that. Why? Oh no. I see. Okay, got it. Yeah. I take the action and then I want to read the response, which is a JSON response, but it's an object. Text plain. Oh, that's not right. What? Oh, I'm not stringifying it. That makes sense now. There we go. Okay, we're back. My use is a AI generated code. Heavily, I can't control the behavior. I often find myself alone caring about the code quality. They just want to get the job done and forget about it. So my counter argument is, no, we can't control our teams. Yeah. So imagine if you took away all those things. That's why I think AI is brain rot. Imagine you took away LSPs and AI, right? So you're describing what is, and I'm describing what should be. So you're doing a descriptive claim, and I'm doing a prescriptive claim. If my prescription were to take place, then by necessity, your team would have better code quality because they would have to know the code better. Sure. I think it's undefined. I hate that JavaScript makes you do this. And it actually should be just this. I can't redeclare the variable really. Okay, so at least we can get an integer out of that. And chosen target would be X and Y. Okay, so now we have to do state stuff. I see your point, but is it a realistic solution that can be implemented in the real world? Where the manager and CXX only care about the end product and how fast it is delivered? I think if you were to take my prescriptive claim and make it reality, the manager and CXX wouldn't have a choice. It would be what would happen is that everybody would have to run at the same pace. So it wouldn't matter. You're taking away the choice by and transplanting it with better code quality. JavaScript is a love-hate relationship. Yep. Yeah, that's right, Tiki. I blame Node. Happy to see uses for. I'm happy to use JS for DOM manipulation. Yeah, for DOM manipulation, it's fine. It's fine. It's still not great. But it'll do, right? And it can be pretty fast. Okay, now comes state stuff. I have to read into the WebAssembly state and see what the current state of the game is, and then kind of respond to these things appropriately. I guess at any point, I would just return the, I would just pull. What would I pull? State, scene name, just kind of pseudocode it out, scene state name, world NPCs as like an array, and ships as an array. And I'd have to just pull them out and just pull them out of the WebAssembly, which is, where is it? It would be here, WASM instance exports. And so I would do things like get current scene, think, get current scene, string ID. Yeah, this is what I want. Where here, right here. Perfect. Okay, get current scene. Get current scene, which leads to client set current scene. And then we'll do the same thing with get current scene state. Perfect. Now, there's two ways I could do this. I could reach directly into the WASM memory and chunk out an array. And pass that directly. That gets weird. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Yoon. I appreciate it. Say hi if you're here. But thank you for doing a flyby follow. I appreciate it either way. So I could go extract directly out of the memory buffer and just get an array. Or I use the functions to get ship data and world NPC data. And I probably want functions. And probably the reason why I want functions is so that I can benefit from having the functions tailor data in the right way. Because then I can do functions out and functions in. So it'd be something like, can I do like get total? Okay, how about world total? Okay, it'd be get current world. Get current world total. World NPCs, be like that. And then return get world total NPCs. Do I even have? Yeah, I do. Sweet. Okay. Time to get some work done. Yeah, see you, Hut. Thanks for popping in, man. Good to see you. So I'd have to get all the total NPCs. I can run that here. Just 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll just do that just to quickly iterate or quickly sudo it. NPC total plus NPC blah blah blah, and then we'd go world NPC data. And so now we do things like get all this data. So this would become like get world NPC ID, and so on and so forth. We'd create an array of this data, and then we'd pass in the structure like that. And so then just on the client side, it would just become set world NPC. Okay, we're almost there. Now we need to do fleet, like when the battle is initialized and everyone does a confirmation. It would be ocean battle fleets. It's this thing. I suppose what we would do is not really this. I suppose we could just pass in the integer values. So the server would set up the fleets on their ships. It'd take the integer values out of that. And I think I have it up here. Add fleet. No, I don't have it. Yeah, be like clear ocean battle fleets. And if we take these functions and we just get the IDs out of them and just pass in the IDs, and that would be how we initialize the game. And then when the next pull, and so then when the clients ask for the state of the game, it would be like at the setup phase, which is set up the battle fleets, and then subsequently it would just be all the world NPCs and all the ships once the battle has started. Okay. And then we take actions based on who you are. So down here, we'd have to go to do match username to internal WASM player ID and ensure you're allowed to take action since you're the authoritative server. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to call it. I'm pretty tired. It's almost 2 a.m. Um, yeah. I will try to. I will try to be back on tomorrow. Hopefully not as late. Because it's pretty late. I'll try and come back on tomorrow, and I'll just keep going on the multiplayer. And hopefully soon, like this week, you guys can have a few battles against each other, and we can put the Kraken back. And that means you can like fight the Kraken and all that stuff, all that code that we had before. We can kind of copy a bunch of that code and have multiplayer running, have a bit of fun, and then you guys can do multiplayer battles while I'm building out the rest of the game. That's the goal for the week. If I can pull it off, we'll see. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks everybody for popping in. I appreciate it. And Rust sucks. Don't let people with 25 years of supposed experience tell you that Rust is memory safe, because it's not. It's no more memory safe than any other language. It just has the unsafe keyword that makes you feel that way. It means nothing. It's a bunch of BS. It's a bunch of propaganda. React sucks. Don't use it. Don't use LLMs. Don't use AI. That's brain rot. Okay, you can do it yourself. You're not stupid. You don't need LSPs and autocompletes, all right? You got this. Peace out.